Chapter 379. The laughing Huang Yuliang finally relaxed. Even the captives had to be reorganized. It seemed that the southern Ming army was really weak. Facing such an opponent, so what if they lost once? Compared to Huang Yuliang's mocking laughter, Zhu Qizhen was laughing to his heart's content in the southern Ming capital, Nanjing. At the same time, in the political affairs hall, Zhu Qizhen looked at the 6 ministers and several other important officials with a smile on his face. Come, everyone, take a look. This is the report of victory that we just received. The Guangzhou government was victorious. More than 10,000 enemy leaders were killed and nearly 30,000 people were captured. We have greatly damaged the arrogance of the yellow bandits. The report of the battle had just been received. At this moment, Zhu Qizhen's mood was very good. In the past few days, his expression, which had been troubled by the situation in Yunnan, was much more relaxed. The report of victory was quickly read by several important officials. The officials immediately knelt on the ground and said loudly, "Your Majesty is blessed by the heavens. Congratulations, long live your Majesty." That's right. The heavens have indeed treated me well. Beloved official Lu, immediately prepare to worship the heavens. I want to announce it to the world. Since ancient times, the imperial family liked to seek good luck. How could Zhu Qizhen let go of the opportunity to show off his wise and powerful status? Yes, your Majesty. Lu De stood in position and complied. However, he did not immediately go to work after answering. First, he had a thoughtful expression. Then, he raised his head and slowly said, "Your Majesty, this official does not understand military affairs. However, from reading, I know the principle of pursuing the enemy. Why is it that the Guangzhou government has clearly defeated the yellow bandits, but did not pursue the enemy?" Following Lu De's words, Zhu Qizhen, who was sitting on the dragon throne, had a serious expression on his face. This scene was clearly seen by the Minister of War, Kuang Yi. Immediately, he held his ceremonial tablet and walked out. Minister Lu, Minister Counselor Yan Ying has already reported back. He said that the Ming army and the mercenaries were already very tired. In addition, we did not have enough troops, so we did not pursue. On this point, this official agrees with this action. So it is like this. This official has worried too much. Seeing that Zhu Qizhen's expression had turned ugly, Lu De knew that he had achieved his goal. He knew when to stop and stood back. Your Majesty, Duke of Loyalty and Courage's command this time was successful. Guaning and the others cooperated well. This subject thinks that we should reward them and encourage them so that they can go all out and be driven by us. Kuang Yi had no intention of chasing after Lu De. Since he had already stood up, he naturally had to ask for credit for the soldiers on the front lines. This was also his duty as the Minister of War. When Kuang Yi mentioned the reward, Zhu Qizhen nodded. Issue an edict. Guaning will be conferred the title of Director of the Ministry of War. All other meritorious service personnel will be promoted by 1 rank and rewarded between 1,000 and 100 taels of silver. As for the Duke of Loyalty, his name is borrowed from Baiming. If you want to reward him, you need to inform them. Let's leave it to the Ministry of Rights. Yes. Lu De, who had just retreated, stood up again and respectfully answered. However, anyone could see that if this matter was left to this person to handle, it was unknown when a reply would come. It was even possible that there would never be a reply. Kuang Yi also wanted to say something on behalf of Yang Qindong. In the secret letter that Guaning had given him, it was clear that without the imperial envoy, it would have been difficult to win this battle. How could such a talent be neglected or offended? However, before he could say anything, Zhu Qizhen had already stood up and said, "You can all disperse. We are tired and need to rest for a while. If there are no important matters, do not disturb us." After saying this, he seemed to stare at Kuang Yi as if these words were only for him to hear. Speaking of which, Zhu Qizhen both loved and feared Yang Qindong. He loved him because this person was indeed talented and had once saved his life. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was his benefactor. He was afraid that it was because Yang Qindong was too powerful. In the Guangdong matter, the southern Ming army had always been at a disadvantage. However, he had won a great battle as soon as he arrived. This kind of result naturally made people happy, but at the same time, it made people worried. This person was so good at fighting to the outside world. If one day, he had some thoughts that he should not have, then who could keep him in check? Since ancient times, what emperors liked to play with the most was the art of balance. Pulling one side to fight another, pulling the weak to fight the strong, to maintain the balance of the court. This way, he, as the emperor, was even more important. However, looking at it now, Yang Qindong's power was probably unrivaled. This kind of person had to be used, but it had to be guarded. This time, he did not reward the other party. Of course, to the outside world, it was because he was the official of the Baiming. There were some things that had to be considered when it came to him. The court dispersed. The important officials left the political affairs hall one by one. Only Kuang Yi was still standing there in a daze, as if he had lost his soul. Minister Feng. A voice sounded beside him, calling Kuang Yi's wandering soul back. When he turned his head and saw the person, he forced a smile. So it's Minister Wang. The person who came was Wang Zhuo. He was also one of the 9 important officials that Yang Qindong saved during the Battle of Tumu. At this time, when he saw Kuang Yi's lifeless eyes, he had already guessed what the other party was thinking. He shook his head and persuaded, Minister Feng, you don't need to think too much. We have been officials for many years, how can we not know the emperor's thoughts? Even that Duke of Loyalty and Courage should be very clear. Moreover, he shouldn't mind too much. He won't mind? Kuang Yi asked, not quite understanding. Why would he mind? For him, the Duke of Loyalty and Courage is already an extremely high honor. He is only 21 years old. In history, there are very few people who can do this. As the saying goes, it's lonely at the top. Wang Zhuo's lips moved slightly, speaking slowly. Then he cupped his fists and said, the Duke of Loyalty and Courage is a smart person. This kind of person is very opinionated and will endure humiliation. Otherwise, he would not have such achievements. Besides, since this is the emperor's intention, we as officials are powerless to change it. We only need to speak the truth. As for what kind of situation will occur, we can only wait and see. Wang Zhuo looked like he saw it very clearly. This was also because he was the Minister of Revenue. Originally, he dealt with money. It could be said that he always calculated the accounts very clearly. Because of fear, Yingzong found a reason not to reward Yang Qindong. This was originally the emperor's power. But he did forget one thing. That was, this time he was facing Yang Qindong. Was he such a good person? It was said that in Baiming, because the Minister of Justice, Yu Shiyue, offended him, he was overthrown. Even Dai Zong could not protect him. How could such a person not fight back after being schemed against? Just wait and see. If this goes on, Zhu Qizhen is likely to suffer the consequences of his own actions. Because Wang Zhuo saw through everything, he knew that this was a battle between 2 tigers. Bystanders could not persuade, so he did not say anything. At this time, he told Kuang Yi all of this. This oldest minister of war quickly understood. He sighed and said, "Ai, this old man is old. I'm afraid I won't be able to serve the emperor for long. Yes, since you don't have enough energy, it's better to take a good rest." Wang Zhuo chuckled. His hint was effective. Since he could not solve any problem by speaking, it was better to not say anything and just watch. The so-called old meant that his energy was limited. It meant that Kuang Yi would not say anything more on this matter. The 2 important officials spoke and then left the political affairs hall after everyone else. They were thinking about what kind of expression the front line would have after receiving the imperial edict. A few days later, it was the last day for the Ming army to rest. According to the plan, the army would leave the Guang province house the next morning and head toward Zhaoqing House, which was heavily guarded by the Yellow Bandits. Food and equipment were all prepared. With the cooperation of Administrator Liu Youfu, Commander Ma Wei, and Guan, all of the work was done. When the time came, the army would set off. Compared to the last time, the number of troops was much higher. For the Ming army, Ma Wei and Guan led 4,000 soldiers. For the mercenaries, there were 4 companies of Ling Feng, 8 companies of support soldiers, 8 companies of support soldiers, and 2,000 temporary support soldiers. In total, there were 3,200 people. On the surface, it did not seem like a lot. It was about the size of a normal garrison. However, in reality, the morale of this army was very high. Especially their combat strength, even if there were several times more troops, they would not be a match for them. On this point, Ma Wei and Guan were very confident. They were looking forward to doing something new. It was also at this time that the eunuch who announced Emperor Yingzong's edict came. The moment he appeared, he asked all of the generals above the rank of Chiliarch to enter the tent. Ma Wei, Guan, and the others naturally rushed over. However, when the news reached Yang Qindong in another tent, he was playing 5-in-a-row chess with his wife, Hu Yan, and they looked like they were in the midst of a battle. The tent door opened from the outside and Tiger's Mane walked in. "Young master, the eunuch that Emperor Yingzong sent has arrived. He is now meeting with the Ming army general." "Oh. He is not slow." Yang Qindong answered absent-mindedly. Then he looked up at Hu Yan and said, "Yanner, it is your turn to go. Watch carefully, or else I will win." Lu Lang. Seeing that Yang Qindong was not moved and had no intention of meeting with the eunuch, Hu Yan said worriedly. When he saw Hu Yan's worried expression, Yang Qindong said with a relaxed face. It's okay. Husband has his own plans. If I am not wrong, it should have nothing to do with me. Since that is the case, why should I join in the fun? We will be on the road tomorrow. It is better to take advantage of the time to relax. Come, let's continue. Oh. Since her husband said that nothing would happen, Hu Yan completely believed that nothing would happen. She immediately agreed and began to think about how to write the next sentence. Tiger's Mane only came to deliver the news. Since the young master knew, his task was completed. He then left the tent and it seemed to be quiet again. Chapter 380. In contrast, the large tent not far away was particularly lively. When the eunuch announced the emperor's decree, if everyone was not rewarded with silver taels, they were rewarded with military exploits, and they were promoted. Which one of them was not in high spirits? Even Ma Wei, because of his meritorious service, had offset the crime of losing his territory. "General Ma, Dr. Guan, why don't I see the imperial envoy?" The eunuch who was in charge of announcing the edict spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction when he did not see Yang Qindong appear after he had finished what he was supposed to say. The position of eunuchs in the Ming dynasty was not low. In history, many eunuchs with power came from this dynasty. To be able to become an edict-announcing eunuch, which one of them did not have the trust of the emperor? Outside officials did not dare to offend such a person. As for his question, the two of them had to answer. After they looked at each other with great tacit understanding, Guan took the initiative to stand out and say, replying to eunuch, "The Duke of Loyalty is not in the camp. He must have gone out to patrol. You also know that as the commander of the army, it is normal to have more worries." "Oh, that is a pity. I wanted to admire the Duke of Loyalty's elegance. Since this is not a coincidence, we will meet again if we have the chance." The edict-announcing eunuch's face was filled with disappointment. He did not know that his words, in the eyes of Ma Wei and Guan, were no different from missing out on life and death. Thinking back to the time when Yang Qindong killed Jia Ping and punished Han Qing, how swift was that? It also showed that this person was not to be trifled with. This time, he rewarded everyone, but did not mention Yang Qindong. With his temper, who knew what he would do? At this time, this eunuch was still thinking of going to see the imperial envoy. If he did not do well, he might be kicked out in a fit of anger. If that was not a brush with death, what was it? After the edict announcing eunuch received some benefits and silver from Ma Wei, Guanning, and the others, he left with a smile on his face. The two generals were left with bitter expressions on their faces. In the battle outside of Guangzhou Prefecture City, the two of them should be very clear about who should have the greatest merit. However, this time, the emperor had given out rewards other than the greatest merit. In this way, wouldn't they feel ashamed to accept it? Of course, the most important thing was that they were leaving for Wuzhou tomorrow. At this moment, would the imperial envoy be angry? Would the plan change? The two of them really wanted to go to Yang Qindong's tent to find out what was going on, but they were also worried that if they really went there, they would run into bad luck. In the end, they came up with a solution, which was to use the excuse that the rich gentry in the Guangzhou government wanted to hold a farewell party for the army to test Yang Qindong's agreement. With the decision made, the two of them entered the city and found the Guangdong provincial commissioner, Lu Youfu, and briefly explained the situation. Lord Lu, I'll have to trouble you with this matter. After all, you are the Guangdong provincial commissioner. This time, the emperor only rewarded military generals and not civil officials. It looks like it has nothing to do with you. Presumably, if you go now, even if the imperial envoy is a bit angry, he won't come for you. Ma Wei said with a forced smile. Yes, from what I see, Lord Lu is indeed the most suitable person. After all, the rich gentry wants to hold a farewell party for the army. This is the matter of the local officials. Guanning added on. At this moment, Lu Youfu knew that he had been sold. However, when he thought about how this battle was for the peace of Guangdong, only after it was done well could his position as the provincial commissioner be considered legitimate. Even if it was for himself, he had to do something. Alright, I'll go take a look. However, remember, you owe me a good meal of wine. Of course, this was a joke. With Lu Youfu saying this, Ma Wei and Guanning nodded their heads in agreement. Then, they watched Lord Lu enter the imperial envoy's tent. He went in quickly, and came back even faster. When Lu Youfu came out, he shook his head as he walked. This scene fell into the eyes of Ma Wei and Guanning and could be said to be endlessly worried. When he came closer, the two of them went up and asked, "How is Lord Lu? Did the imperial envoy change the plan?" "Ah, the plan hasn't changed. The imperial envoy said that everything is as usual." Lu Youfu shook his head and said the result. Hearing that there were no changes, Ma Wei and Guan Ying's faces relaxed. However, they then asked in confusion, "Lu Dio, if everything is as usual, why did you act like that just now? What is the meaning of this?" It's just that when I saw the imperial envoy's expression was as usual and his reply was also quick, I thought that the reward this time was indeed a bit unfair. Lu Youfu said with a sigh. When he saw Yang Qindong just now, the other party was still the same as before, as if the eunuch who announced the decree had never appeared. This kind of calmness, this kind of ease, and even this kind of broad-mindedness could not help but be admired. At least, if it were him, he probably would not have such a calm expression. Only then did Lu Youfu express his feelings. However, when these words were spoken, the three of them did not speak anymore. After all, the eunuch who announced the decree was under the emperor's orders. As officials, they did not have the courage to talk about the emperor in private. Fortunately, the plan was as usual, so they could go back and have a good night's sleep. In the military tent not far away, Yang Qindong was thinking about something with his eyes closed. Hu Yan had already left to prepare dinner, leaving only Tiger's Mane and Beta Persei here. "Young master, are you not angry?" Seeing that there were no outsiders, Tiger's Mane finally could not help but ask. "That's right, I also want to ask this." To the side, Beta Persei lowered his voice. This was not because he was talking about a secret, but because his voice was like thunder. When he spoke normally, it would sometimes scare Yang Qindong, which was why he was forbidden to lower his pitch when he spoke in the future. The two taciturn people beside them, who usually did not ask themselves and rarely spoke, had actually spoken on this matter. Yang Qindong's originally closed eyes slowly opened. He then looked at the two of them with interest and said, "What? You're fighting for justice on behalf of the young master?" "Young master, it's not fighting for justice, it's the truth. Why are those people who did not do anything great rewarded, but you don't have anything?" Seeing that Yang Qindong was not angry, Tiger's mane became much bolder when he spoke. "Ha, ha, well said, it's the truth." Yang Qindong nodded, seeming to agree with Tiger's mane's statement, but then shook his head. "But what does the truth matter? When others must turn a blind eye to it, the truth can also be treated as if it doesn't exist. At the end of the day, everything depends on strength." After Yang Qindong said this, he looked at Tiger's mane and Beta Persei and said in a teaching tone, "Remember, benefits are not something that you want, but should be fought for with practical actions. Only when you become strong, no one will dare to give you a hard time, and all kinds of unfairness will leave you. On the contrary, before that, even if you have any dissatisfaction, you need to endure it. Otherwise, even if you have great talent, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to show it, understand?" These words were somewhat profound. But the two of them had been with Yang Qindong for more than a day or two. Even if they didn't understand the whole thing, they understood the gist of it. Young master's words were nothing more than that, they were not strong enough now, and they still needed to work hard to develop. Only when they developed and became stronger, such unfair things would not happen again. "Yes, young master, we understand. We will work harder in the future." Tiger's mane and Beta Persei both said with a solemn expression. "Very good." Seeing that the other party understood what he meant, Yang Qindong first smiled, then closed his mouth again. He was thinking about the problem of how Yang Xie's population could grow rapidly. In the end, the development of Yang Xie was still too short, and the foundation was too weak. For example, the problem of population alone was enough to stop all of his development paths. Just this morning, they received news from Resin City that the fleet sent out to search for rubber trees had returned, bringing back over 100 ships of rubber trees that could be transplanted. This great news was enough to prove that electricity could finally be put to use in Resin City. But even so, Yang Qindong couldn't help but feel a little melancholy while feeling gratified. Now that he had the territory, if he didn't have enough population and army to support it, then it would still be a big problem. Before the real expansion began, how to get more people to Qiqian City without outsiders knowing was the most important problem. Population, population. Thinking about this, Yang Qindong's mind quickly formed plans. The next morning, more than 7,000 allied troops set off from Guangzhou. Their target was Shaoqing. As the Guangdong political envoy, Liu Youfu did not follow them. Instead, he sent the army off at the city gates. He was looking forward to this army thoroughly defeating or even eliminating the Huang bandit army, allowing him to become the true Guangdong political envoy. The moment the army moved out, the scouts sent by the Huang bandits spread the news and headed straight for Zhaoqing Prefecture, which was several hundred li away. Huang Yuliang, who was in Zhaoqing, had already listened to Zhu Fangyong's suggestion and retreated to Wuzhou. At this moment, there were about 40,000 troops gathered in Wuzhou. Most of them were defeated soldiers outside of Guangzhou. After these days, the people who had fled from the defeat had all returned to Wuzhou. They wanted to make a comeback. Or it could be said that they didn't have much of a choice. The surrounding cities were all destroyed when they rebelled. With no one to plant the fertile land, how could they reap any harvest in autumn? Without food, surviving would be a problem. At least when they came to the Wuzhou prefecture, they would have food to eat. Although it was not a war and they only had 2 meals of porridge a day, as long as they did not starve to death and fainted, there was still hope, right? Chapter 381. For the sake of food and survival, there would be many people entering the Wuzhou prefecture every day under the banner of the Revolutionary Army. The bandit leader, Huang Yuliang, was overjoyed when he saw all of this. Regardless of the reason, these people were willing to seek refuge with him. At least he had made a name for himself. With a name, there would be people. With people, he could go around killing and pillaging. food and money would flow into his hands endlessly. With this cycle, his territory would grow bigger and bigger, and his military strength would also grow. One day, it would not be impossible for him to ascend the throne and become an emperor. In order to achieve these goals, the first thing he had to do was to deal with the invaders. The news had already been sent over. When he learned that the southern Ming Empire had sent over 7,000 soldiers to Zhaoqing Prefecture, Huang Yuliang laughed heartily. Only 7,000 people, and they dare to go against my army of 40,000? Do they really not want to live anymore? Huang Yuliang's laughter traveled to the various leaders in the tent. Naturally, everyone laughed along with him. In their eyes, these people were also not optimistic about the 7,000 southern Ming Empire troops. At this moment, they seemed to have forgotten about their defeat outside the prefecture of Guangzhou. Of course, there were too many reasons why they had failed. For example, the other party had ambushed them and caught them off guard. However, now that they were prepared, they didn't believe that these 7,000 people would be able to turn into monsters. Young master, the southern Ming Empire only sent over 7,000 people. I think they might not even be able to reach the Wuzhou prefecture. Zhaoqing Prefecture's General Qing should be able to defeat them. One of the leaders saw that Huang Yuliang was in a good mood and hurriedly flattered him. The so-called General Qing was one of the leaders of the Huang bandit army, Qing Yuan. Qing Yuan had some military talent. However, because he was slightly less experienced than Gung Jun and the other three, he did not enter the ranks of the four heavenly kings. However, following Gung Jun's death, there were now calls for him to be a substitute and become one of the four heavenly kings. With such ability and charisma, Huang Yuliang sent 5,000 of his men to Zhaoqing Prefecture to test him. They were there to stop the southern Ming Empire's army. The art of war said that once, twice, thrice, and thrice, one would be exhausted. What was important was that if they couldn't work together in battle, the morale of the army would drop and the morale would be shaken. Naturally, their combat strength would be greatly reduced. Qing Yuan and 5,000 troops were left behind in Zhaoqing Manor to achieve this goal. Of course, it would be best if he could win. It would be hard for Huang Bandit General to find any opponents in Guangdong. On the other hand, even if they lost, they would heavily injure their opponent and make ample preparations for the upcoming battle in Wuzhou. Not bad. Hearing someone mention Qing Yuan, Huang Yuliang said excitedly, "This young master has already promised Qing Yuan that as long as he can deal a heavy blow to the southern Ming army, he will be allowed to enter the ranks of the four heavenly kings. I believe that he will not disappoint. Congratulations, young master. Congratulations on obtaining another good general." Everyone knew that since Huang Yuliang could say such words, the matter was basically settled. One by one, they began to praise him. As for how much of the praise was sincere and how much was sincere, it was up to the benevolent to see benevolence. Zhaoqing Manor. As a place that one had to pass through on their way to Wuzhou Manor, there were many Huang bandit soldiers standing on the city gate. Under the crowd was a man holding a long blade. He had a fierce expression and his eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. It was Qing Yuan himself. The news that he was going to replace the dead Gung Jun as one of the four heavenly kings had long reached his ears. Recently, there were even more people around him who were fawning over him. At the beginning, he was still clear-headed. At least he knew his own worth. However, as more and more people began to praise him, he became complacent. Sometimes, even he couldn't help but believe the words of others. It was as though he was really a god that had descended from the heavens, was really brave, was really a genius at leading troops, and was really victorious in every battle. This was what people often said. False things could become true if too many people said them. Qing Yuan, who started to become arrogant, became arrogant, frivolous, and underestimated the enemy. Even though he knew that the southern Ming reinforcements who had defeated Huang Yuliang's 80,000-strong army were coming, when he saw the southern Ming army gradually appearing from below the city gate, he still gave the order to open the city gate and attack. "Men, bring this general's warhorse over. Let's see how I'll be defeated and take the enemy general's head amidst an army of 10,000. It seemed like he had watched too many dramas. At this moment, Qing Yuan was filled with a heroic spirit. As he shouted, he waved the blade in his hand. "General is mighty! General is mighty!" As the main general was full of vigor, the soldiers below also had their morale boosted. They all shouted loudly with a face full of excitement. Amidst the shouts, the city gate of Zhaoqing Manor opened. Qing Yuan, who was riding a war horse and holding a blade, only left behind 2,000 soldiers to defend the city. He brought 3,000 soldiers and horses out of the city gate. Their uniforms were messy, their weapons were all different, and they did not even have a formation. The 3,000 soldiers seemed to have come out in one go and followed behind Qing Yuan. They did not look like a disciplined army at all. "This is the Yellow Bandit Army?" Guan Yingyan, who was standing in the opposite army, looked at the incoming people and asked curiously. When he turned around, he saw the neat ranks of the Ming army, their uniform. They were the 2,000 temporary auxiliary soldiers. Right now, they were also wearing the same Mandarin duck battle jacket as the Southern Ming army uniform. The only difference was that they had a wide red cloth tied around their arms to make the difference. This was something that couldn't be helped. An army couldn't bring too many empty uniforms with them. Even though every Ling Feng and auxiliary soldier had a set of uniforms, they couldn't possibly give them to these temporary auxiliary soldiers. Even if they wanted to, it would not be enough. It was better to let them wear the Ming army's uniform first. After all, there were many such things in the Guangzhou Manor's military storage. Secondly, it was to differentiate them. Everything could be changed the next time they replenished their supplies. Did they want to change out of the Ming army's uniform at that time? Good. Then they needed to perform well. Of course, this was Yang Qindong's idea. With a large warehouse in his hands, he could take out more uniforms at any time. However, he would not do so. It was not worth it to attract suspicion for no reason. Speaking of which, this was the first time Guan Yingyan had truly fought with the Yellow Bandit Army. The previous battle was in the dark. By the time he arrived at the battlefield, everything had already ended. Even though he saw some dead or captured Yellow Bandit soldiers, he did not have any direct impression of them. It was not like now where he could see everything in his mind at a glance. Guan Yingyan's doubtful words were heard by the 2,000 temporary auxiliary soldiers standing beside him. Their faces turned red and feverish. It seemed to be doubt, but in reality, the words of disdain made them feel ashamed. When they thought about how they had been proud to stay in this kind of army, they felt even more ashamed. Yang Qindong felt the change in the 2,000 temporary auxiliary soldiers. He also knew that when Guan Yingyan said these words, it was not intentional. It was just his feelings. He had no intention of blaming anyone. Instead, he said to Luo Pe, the commander of the 2nd Cold Front Regiment beside him, "Commander Luo, in a moment, choose the first company as the main attack. Then, choose 2 companies of auxiliary soldiers and bring 2,000 temporary auxiliary soldiers. Do you have confidence in taking down Zhaoqing Manor? Please be at ease, Imperial Envoy. If we cannot take it down, we will bring our heads to you." Luo Pe, who had been instructed earlier, changed his title to Yang Qindong. Amidst a wave of impassioned words, he gave a standard military salute and turned to pick out the generals. "Imperial Envoy, do we not need to send troops? Isn't it a little too little to send only 2,000 people?" Ma Wei, who knew the mercenary army's military structure, rode forward and carefully probed. "Yes, why don't we also send 2,000 people to help?" Guan Yingyan nodded. It was obvious that he agreed with Ma Wei's words. "There's no need." Yang Qindong shook his head resolutely and did not say anything else. He only looked at Zhaoqing Manor with a half-smile. No one knew what he was thinking. Luo Pe turned around and returned to the camp to pick out the generals. When they found out that they could only bring 1 company of Cold Front Regiment and 2 companies of auxiliary soldiers, a total of 4 company commanders of Cold Front Regiment and 8 company commanders of auxiliary soldiers instantly burst into an uproar. According to them, no matter how many companies were chosen to participate in the battle, they would definitely have a share. There were only 3 places, but the 12 company commanders all wanted to fight for it. Perhaps they also understood that there were not many opportunities to perform, or perhaps they were very confident in the soldiers they led. But no matter what, only a quarter of them could go to the battlefield. The majority of them did not have such an opportunity. If they did not fight for it, they would have even less of a chance. Obey orders. Seeing that the 12 company commanders had surrounded him, Luo Pu glared and a murderous aura exuded from his body, causing those company commanders who wanted to say something to immediately shut their mouths. Obeying orders and orders was the first lesson that every soldier had to learn after becoming an auxiliary soldier. It was also something that every soldier of the Yang family army had to do. Now that Luo Pu mentioned it, the reminder was very obvious. It was also a sign that he was about to get angry. Luo Pu only said 4 words and everyone quieted down. This made him very satisfied. He then turned his gaze to the auxiliary regiment commander Lu Zhua and said, "Regiment Commander Lu, you can decide which 2 companies of auxiliary soldiers to send." "Yes." Lu Zhua replied. Although they were both regimental commanders, Luo Pu was from the Cold Front Regiment while he was from the auxiliary regiment. One could imagine the difference between them. Even if he really went to the Cold Front Regiment, whether or not he could become a battalion commander would depend on luck. Chapter 382. The 2 regiment commanders worked together and quickly picked out 3 companies to fight. Together with the 2,000 temporary auxiliary soldiers, there were a total of 2,300 people ready to fight. Among the 3,300 people, the company at the forefront was the Cold Vanguard Company led by Battalion Commander Chen Bo. Luo Pu had taken a step back this time, giving the opportunity to charge and break through the enemy lines to his battalion commander. Chen Bo's eyes shone brightly as he seized the opportunity with great difficulty. He felt as if there was an endless amount of energy in his body. When he thought about how the 6th young master was watching his performance on the battlefield behind him and his every move, he felt an inexplicable excitement all over his body. Peng Yu was in the Cold Vanguard Company. Due to his outstanding performance on the battlefield, he had been selected by the 6th young master as a member of the Cold Vanguard Company. This time, he had to perform outstandingly to repay the trust and support. Peng Yu was not the only one. The Cold Vanguard Company was also filled with energy. Since they were able to join the Cold Vanguard Company, they naturally had the right to know who the 6th young master was. Yang Qindong's appearance was like a shot of adrenaline to them, causing them to be extremely excited. The 2 auxiliary battalions were in the middle. Following behind the Cold Vanguard Company, they would be the main attackers when the battle started. After all, the weapons in their hands were crossbows that were slightly closer to the enemy. If they wanted to be effective, then they had to rush to the front of the enemy. Although there were only 200 of them, all of them were filled with confidence. It was not for any other reason, but because they believed in their comrades and the marksmanship of the Cold Vanguard Company members who would be assisting them on the battlefield. If anyone dared to counterattack or threaten their lives, the Cold Vanguard Company would definitely step in and take care of the enemy one by one. Standing at the very back were the 2,000 temporary auxiliary soldiers. Compared to a few days ago, they now looked like soldiers standing there. The military training made them look more upright and straight. The grievances meeting reminded them not to forget the past and to remember to strive for a better future. After eating and drinking well, each of them had a ruddy complexion. When they thought about becoming real auxiliary soldiers, they would have the opportunity to follow the auxiliary soldiers back to their headquarters and live a fair and just life without having to worry about food and drink. They became even more excited. It was as if the goal of their lives had already appeared. In order to live a happy life in the future, they had to perform well in this battle. With their fighting spirit and morale, they tightened their grip on the crossbows in their hands. Although the crossbows in their hands couldn't be compared to the auxiliary soldiers, regardless of whether it was shooting distance or accuracy, they were still much better than the rusty knives, hoes, and wooden sticks they used in the Huang bandit army. With such excellent weapons, they would definitely win this battle. The 2,300 soldiers all had their own ideas, but they were all thinking about how to fight this battle well and how to perform even more bravely. Behind them were the 900 Ling Feng and auxiliary soldiers. They stood motionless on the spot, like soldiers who had died many years ago in the Terracotta Army. There was no expression on their faces. They were waiting for an order to come out and take care of any opponents or enemies who wanted to threaten their safety. The 4,000 Ming soldiers stood on the right side of the formation. They craned their necks and waited to see the changes on the battlefield. Ma Wei and Guaning widened their eyes, as if they did not want to miss a single moment. They wanted to see how these mercenaries would perform. Behind these people were Yang Qindong's family. They sat in a few carriages. Tai Qingyi led a group of female soldiers to protect them. At the same time, there was a squad of Ling Feng who looked around vigilantly to prevent any suspicious people from approaching. In the carriages, the curtains of the 3 carriages were lifted. They were the first wife, Hu Yan, the third wife, Lady Xue, and Miss Su Munair. Even though Yang Qindong had said that there would be no mercy on the battlefield and that the scene would be a little terrifying, the 3 of them could not help but look at the battlefield out of curiosity. This was especially so for Su Munair. She knew very well what her mission was. She also knew what would happen to her once she completed her mission. Right now, she wanted to see if the person she was scheming against was worth it for her to complete her mission at the cost of her life. She wanted to see if it was worth it for her to be buried with him. Coincidentally, when Su Munair's gaze landed on Yang Qindong, the man, who had changed into a set of capable camouflage clothes, raised his right hand. Then, he placed it down gently, looking extremely elegant. Following this action, the 2,300 soldiers surged forward in an orderly manner. When the 2,300 people stepped on the same spot and spread out in a straight line, they looked like a long dragon from afar. It gave off an awe-inspiring feeling. Any object would be very spectacular and beautiful when they were in an orderly manner. It was just like the wild geese in the sky. When they were about to return, regardless of whether they were in a straight line or in a straight line, they would give off a spectacular sight, let alone a formation formed by 2,300 soldiers. Hiss! General Ma Wei, who saw this scene, gasped. He did not expect that with just over 2,000 people, once they moved in unison, they would create such a shocking force. When he was leading the Guangdong Guards, he had also undergone training in this area. However, as the military discipline was not very strict, not to mention over 2,000 people, even a casual formation of 1,000 people or a formation of 100 people would not be able to be in an orderly manner. Their steps would also not be in the same spot like they were now. Naturally, their might would be much weaker. He could not help but look at Guaning, who was riding a horse at the side. He realized that the other party was also deep in thought. This official from the Ministry of War, who had just been promoted to a 5th-rank official, was also shocked by the scene in front of him. As someone in the Ministry of War, his vision was not like Ma Wei's, who only focused on one city in Guangdong. What he was thinking about was whether this uniform formation could be used in all of the Southern Ming Empire's armies. If it was possible, would their fighting strength increase? Even his own people were shocked, let alone the opponent, Qing Yuan. He rode on a horse and held a large blade in his hand. He looked very majestic, but when he saw the enemy move and the mountain-like aura pressing down on him, for some reason, his heart could not help but beat rapidly. A feeling of fear began to spread throughout his body. This feeling of fear quickly affected the warhorse under him. It was said that animals had a sense of fear towards danger. At this time, it also seemed to have sensed the endless danger. It began to snort and its body was also twisting, as if it wanted to escape and did not want to face this terrifying pressure. Not only Qing Yuan and his warhorse, even the 3,000 Huang bandits behind him were intimidated by this aura at this moment. Some of the more timid ones even began to walk unsteadily. From the looks of it, it was clear that they wanted to return to the city. It was as if with the city wall, they would be able to ensure their safety. Qing Yuan also wanted to return, but when he thought about how he was going to enter the 4 heavenly kings, if he did not do anything and was scared back into the city by the enemy's aura, once this matter spread out, how would he have the face to see others? He was afraid that from now on, no one would look up to him anymore. Whether it was for his own dignity or for his future glory, he had no reason to retreat. Furthermore, who said that if the formation was orderly, their fighting strength would be strong? Could it be that the embroidered pillow was useless? Perhaps with a single charge, he would be able to mess up the formation. After all, on the battlefield, one's methods were more powerful than one's formation. Steeling his resolve to fight, Qing Yuan raised the long saber in his hand high and shouted, "Everyone, listen to my orders. Follow me and kill our way over. If we win this battle, everyone will return to the city to drink, eat, and play. Women, kill. Men die for wealth, birds die for food." A beautiful future was right in front of them. In addition, Qing Yuan took the lead and charged out. The 3,000 yellow bandits behind him also relied on their morale to shout and charge out. As Qing Yuan led his troops out, the distance between the two sides quickly closed. However, one side was like a tidal wave, while the other side was like a towering boulder. It was as if no one could shake it. Visually, it gave off such a feeling. At the very least, if they really clashed, the victor would depend on whether the tidal wave was stronger or the boulder was sturdier. Charge, charge! The yellow bandits' running speed was not slow. Especially when Qing Yuan personally led his troops to charge at the front, the people behind him seemed to have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts, gaining more courage and strength. In the past, when they faced the southern Ming army, they charged like this. In their view, as long as the main general was brave and the soldiers under him fought with their lives, with the advantage of numbers, this battle could still be fought and they could still win. The sounds of killing could already be heard clearly. The distance between the two sides was less than 500 meters. Facing the chaotic roars, Battalion Commander Chen Bo, who was walking at the front, had a firm expression. He was not affected by the changes in the other side and continued to take powerful steps forward. The front army did not move, so the auxiliary soldiers and temporary auxiliary soldiers at the back naturally did not change. Even though a grave expression appeared in the eyes of some people, the formation was still orderly and there was not the slightest hint of chaos. The distance between the two sides was only 300 meters. According to the Ming dynasty's ratio of 1 foot to the present day, it was only 300 meters. The shooting range of the U-5 rifle was 45 degrees. After flying for about 4,000 meters, it began to fall. Of course, this was not the effective range. Under the effective range, as long as one could see, 800 meters was not a problem. Within 600 meters, one could easily take a person's life. Now that the distance was less than 300 meters, it was time to attack. Some of the platoon leaders and squad leaders who understood the reasoning behind this looked at Battalion Commander Chen Bo. Chapter 383. How could Chen Bo not know that they could shoot now? However, this time, he only had a company of cold vanguards. They could fight to their heart's content, but if they did that, what would happen to the auxiliary soldiers and the 2,000 auxiliary soldiers? Because their loyalty did not undergo the final test, they only had crossbows in their hands, which had a lethality of 150 meters. In other words, if Chen Bo gave the order to attack now, they would be able to heavily injure the enemy, but the auxiliary soldiers would have a hard time fighting. That was why Chen Bo did not give the order to attack immediately. He was calculating in his mind. A normal crossbow had a damage range of 120 meters and its effective range was around 100 meters. As long as he could control the range of the crossbow beyond 120 meters, he would still have the initiative. That way, more auxiliary soldiers would have a chance to perform. After some calculations, the distance between the two sides increased from 300 meters to 200 meters, then 180 meters, 170 meters. More cold vanguards started to look at the battalion commander Chen Bo, waiting for him to give the order to shoot. This was something that only the elite cold vanguards could do. Without orders from their superiors, even if the enemy was right in front of them, they could not simply shoot. Otherwise, they would be severely punished by military law. 150 meters was within the range of the auxiliary soldiers' crossbows. Chen Bo waved his right hand and the 100 cold vanguards stopped in their tracks. Release the safety and prepare to fire. Auxiliary soldiers, continue forward. Once the gunshot is heard, attack immediately. Don't give the enemy a chance to react. Finally, the order to attack was given. The 100 cold vanguards pulled the safety of their 95 shots in unison. The sound of the guns being fired was crisp and pleasing to the ear. While they were doing that, the 200 auxiliary soldiers and 2,000 auxiliary soldiers rushed out from their sides like carps crossing the river. They charged straight at the Huang bandit army. At a distance of 150 meters, the two sides were still closing in. The 500 archers in the Huang bandit army were ready to fire their arrows. General Qing Yuan, who was leading the charge on his horse, was also ready to shout out the command to fire. 140 meters, 130 meters, crossbows ready, fire. A voice that was a step faster than Qing Yuan's came from Chen Bo's ears. Following the order, hundreds of tongues of flame spewed out. Their targets were Qing Yuan, who was on his horse, and the Huang bandits who were preparing to shoot. There were also 200 auxiliary soldiers working together with him. They had already aimed their crossbows at the archers. This was the group of people who posed the greatest threat to them. As long as they could take them all down, the control of the battlefield would definitely fall into their hands. At that time, they would be able to kill as they pleased. Ba ba ba, whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sound of gunfire and crossbow bolts pierced through the air almost at the same time, causing Qing Yuan to fall off his horse, the archers to fall to the ground, and the Huang bandit army to descend into chaos. No one would have thought that the mighty General Qing Yuan would fall off his horse without even touching the hair of his opponent. Their general was wearing armor and could not be injured by ordinary arrows, but why was he still so careless? Without a leader, the Huang bandit army appeared to be in chaos. Another junior leader wanted to take over the command of the army, but his influence was too small to make the entire army listen to his orders. Not to mention, as the second wave of gunfire and crossbow bolts rang out, the junior leader also fell to the ground with a plop. Kill. Qing Yuan is dead. Those who resist will be killed. Those who surrender will live. Seeing the enemy's generals fall to the ground one after another, the 200 and 2,000 auxiliary soldiers charged over with a momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Along the way, they were like a hot knife through butter. Every time the sound of gunfire or crossbow bolts rang out, there would be people on the other side falling to the ground. This kind of situation where they had lost 7 to 8% of their forces without even fighting caused the morale of the Huang bandit army to plummet again and again. They were originally a motley crew. Their original goal of joining the Huang bandit army was not pure. They only wanted to eat their fill and did not even know what to do after eating. How could an untrained army with no goals, no ideals, no pursuits, no beliefs be a match for the Yang family army? Even if they were facing temporary auxiliary soldiers who had vague goals in life, they would not be a match for them. With the sound of crossbow bolts piercing through the air, they did not even need to engage in close combat. They could kill their opponents from far away. Then, they would load the crossbow bolts and shoot. Every time this happened, the Huang bandit army would fall to the ground after being hit by the crossbow bolts. In this kind of near one-sided slaughter, under the situation where they had lost the support of their own archers, only death would await them if they continued to resist. At this moment, there were finally people who could not endure the fear because they did not know when they would fall. They also did not know if the next one to fall would be them. Since surrendering would allow them to live, there was no need to hesitate. Groups of people began to throw away the weapons in their hands and kneel on the ground. Good. Behind them, Yang Qindong used his binoculars to observe everything. Seeing that Qing Yuan had fallen from his horse and the Huang bandit army was in chaos, he waved his hand and said to Luo Pe, "You can attack the city now. Go." Yes. Luo Pe, who had been waiting impatiently for a long time, was waiting for these words. At this moment, Other than leaving a company of cold vanguards to protect Yang Qindong's central army, the other two companies of cold vanguards rushed out like war horses. Some of them were even carrying things that Guanning and Ma Wei did not recognize and did not know what they were for. Let's go, we can also advance. I believe that within 2 hours, we will be able to eat in Zhaoqing's residence. Yang Qindong chuckled with a face full of confidence. Yes, the mercenaries are really powerful. Guanning and Ma Wei agreed, but no matter how one listened, they seemed to be perfunctory. After all, only Qing Yuan and the soldiers he brought out of the city were defeated. There were still 2,000 Huang bandit army defending the city. How could it be taken down so easily? One had to know that a siege would consume the most time and energy, as well as the source of soldiers. If things went wrong, a city would be surrounded for 10 days, half a month, or even longer. It would be normal for the city not to fall. No matter what Guanning and Ma Wei thought, Yang Qindong was still very confident on his horse. It was as if he was not going to watch the battle, but directly entering the city. At this moment, Luo Po was leading 2 companies of cold vanguards to rush forward. As he ran, he encouraged the cold vanguards beside him, "Everyone, hurry up. The 6th young master is right behind us. When the 6th young master arrives, the city gates will be broken. Don't delay the 6th young master's arrival." After mentioning the 6th young master 3 times, it seemed to be a little long-winded. However, to the cold vanguards, it was the most encouraging words. At least at this moment, because everyone heard the name of the 6th young master, their speed increased. Qing Yuan's army was defeated and captured. Most of his men were either killed, injured, or surrendered. Less than 800 of them actually escaped. These people risked their lives to reach the city gates of Zhaoqing Prefecture and shouted for the city guards to lower the drawbridge. Unfortunately, the auxiliary and temporary auxiliary soldiers behind them had already caught up. The Huang bandit army in the city did not dare to open the city gates. Seeing that there was no hope of entering the city, the 800 deserters were afraid that they would be killed on the battlefield. One by one, they threw down their weapons and knelt down to surrender. Thus, the 3,000 Huang bandit army soldiers became prisoners of war. After bringing these people to the side, Battalion Commander Chen Bo led a company of cold vanguards to the city gates. "Listen up, we are the mercenaries hired by the Duke of Loyal Courage of the Great Ming Dynasty. In the Guangzhou Prefecture, the 80,000 soldiers led by Huang Yuliang were also heavily injured by us. If you know what's good for you, immediately open the city gates and you will be considered to have made a military contribution. Otherwise, you will be punished for breaching the city gates." There were many ways to persuade the enemy to open the city gates. The soft way was to tempt them with benefits and say all sorts of nice things. The hard way was to use a harsh tone and use threatening words. However, there were too few examples of people being able to persuade the enemy to open the city gates with just a few words. For example, the 2,000 Huang bandit army soldiers had no intention of opening the city gates. When Qing Yuan fell off his horse, they noticed that something was wrong and had already sent people to the Wuzhou Prefecture to ask for help. As long as young Master Huang received the news and arrived with his troops, the crisis in Zhaoqing Prefecture would naturally be resolved. Chen Bo stood at the foot of the city gates and shouted 3 times. However, no one used words to reply to him. Instead, a few arrows were shot in front of his feet. This was because the distance was not enough. Otherwise, Chen Bo would have been injured. "You're courting death." Chen Bo felt like he had been slapped in the face when he saw a few arrows stuck in the ground 7 or 8 meters away from him. His face turned ashen. "Men, kill those who shot the arrows for me." "Yes, Battalion Commander." Among the cold vanguard, there were people who could not wait to test their skills. Now that they had Chen Bo's orders, there was no need for them to hold back. They laughed and raised their guns to shoot. A Huang bandit army soldier who was holding a bow and arrow on top of the city gate tower unfortunately became the target. Before he could pull his arms back, he heard a crisp gunshot. He was shot between his eyebrows and fell from the city gate tower. This was only the beginning. Following that, the other cold vanguard soldiers began to search for their own targets. Within the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, 9 Huang bandit army soldiers who wanted to shoot arrows were killed. They either fell from the city gate tower or died within the city gate tower. The deaths of these people shocked the Huang bandit army soldiers who were guarding the city. It also shocked the 2,000 auxiliary soldiers who were watching from the side. The battle just now had been extremely satisfying and smooth. The situation had been one-sided from beginning to end. Many of them had not felt any danger and had won the battle. However, this kind of shock was not as great as what they saw in front of them. When they saw that every Huang bandit army soldier who was exposed on top of the city gate tower would quickly fall to the ground and die, they finally understood what the cold vanguard represented. In the past, they had always heard the auxiliary soldiers talk about how powerful the cold vanguard was and did not think much of it. Now, it seemed that everything was true. It was just that their vision was too narrow and they could not imagine it. Chapter 384. Ba Daojiang was also among the auxiliary soldiers. The scene in front of him shocked him as well. As a martial artist with decent martial arts skills, he used to be very conceited. In a one-on-one fight, there were very few people who could convince him. But now, after witnessing such accurate and miraculous marksmanship, he knew that those so-called martial arts experts, when faced with such an accurate gun that could easily take a person's life from several hundred feet away, most likely would not have the slightest bit of advantage and could only be slaughtered by others. No, I have such good stuff too. As long as I am willing to put in the effort to train, I will also become a sharpshooter like this. Ba Daojiang set a goal for himself in his heart. Not only him, but many of the auxiliary soldiers also had the same idea. At this moment, they were more eager than ever to join the mercenary army. If in the past, they only wanted to fill their stomachs and fill their stomachs, now they had a higher goal. They wanted to become the strongest soldiers in the world. Under Qin Bo and Leng Feng's gunfire, the Huang bandit army suffered losses and no one dared to show their faces. At this moment, Commander Luo Po led 2 companies of Leng Feng and rushed over. Commander, give me an hour. I will lead Leng Feng and charge into the city. We will definitely take down the city. When Qin Bo saw that Commander Luo Po had arrived, he stepped forward and volunteered. How are we going to take down the city without scaling ladders? All right, you've already done very well. Look at me now. Luo Po patted Qin Bo's shoulder. He had given Qin Bo a chance to perform well just now. Now, it should be his turn. A higher rank would be able to suppress others. Not to mention that he had just performed a meritorious deed. If it was his turn, it should be Luo Po's turn. Qin Bo immediately led the troops from before to the side. Commander Luo Po was left behind. He confidently led 200 elite Leng Feng to the city gate tower. At some point, a loudspeaker had appeared in his hand. He first glanced behind him and waited for the 200 soldiers to get into formation. When they were ready, he raised his head to look at the city gate tower and shouted, "The people on the city gate, listen up. Now that your Qing Yuan has been captured, you are just cornered beasts. If you open the city gate now, you can still redeem yourselves. But if you wait until we reach the city gate, you will all die without a burial place. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to make your decision. Men, prepare the rocket launchers." The 200 cold vanguard soldiers had been waiting for this order for a long time. As soon as Luo Po's voice fell, 5 cold vanguard soldiers walked out from the ranks. Each of them carried a 40-0 rocket launcher on their shoulders. They raised the launchers and aimed them at the city tower. The rest of the cold vanguard soldiers held the 9.5 in their hands as they stared at the city gate tower. If anyone dared to show themselves, they would not hesitate to shoot. The 40-0 rocket launcher, commonly known as the 40-0 fire, had a diameter of 40 mm, a mass of 5.6 kilograms, a length of 910 mm, a diameter of 85 mm, a mass of 2.6 1 kilogram, and a firing distance of 300 m, although the 40-0 fire had a high requirement for stability when firing from a kneeling or standing position, it was still a convenient and portable siege weapon. After all, it was very powerful. As long as they had control of the battlefield, they could fire at will. After the 540 fire cannons were adjusted, the first cannonball rose into the air and smashed into the city tower of Zhaoqing City. Boom! A huge flame suddenly lit up. Even though it was daytime, there was still a flash of flame. When it landed on the city wall, not only did it create a huge crater, the powerful explosion also caused people's ears to ring and their hearts to palpitate, causing them to tremble in fear. With just one shell, the Huang bandit soldiers on the city gate tower trembled. They did not dare to look down from the city gate tower. Naturally, they did not know what it was that brought about such power. However, their instincts told them that this thing was very powerful and would not be easy to deal with. On the other hand, the soldiers below the city, no matter if it was the 2,000 temporary soldiers, the 4,000 Ming army soldiers, or the thousands of Huang bandit soldiers that were just captured, they were all frightened by the formation in front of them. What kind of cannon was this? How could it have such power? Moreover, it looked so small and convenient. It could really be called a godly weapon in the army. With one shell, rocks flew everywhere, causing the city gate tower to become silent. Then, a second and a third shot were fired. One of the shots hit the battlements of the city wall. Not only did it destroy a piece of the battlements, but it also sent rubble flying in all directions, injuring many of the Huang bandits who were hiding there. Still not surrendering. You only have 4 breaths of time. Luo Po looked at the results of the 40-0 fire and his eyes were filled with confidence. He dropped his hand and another rocket launcher flew onto the city wall, causing a piece of the city wall to fly away. We surrender. Don't fight anymore. We surrender. With just 4 cannonballs, the morale of the Huang bandit army on the city wall was completely crushed. They did not dare to show their faces and could not fight back. They could only wait for their deaths. This battle was very cowardly. Rather than waiting for their deaths, it was better to surrender. That way, they would be able to save their lives. As for whether young Master Huang would punish them after they lost Zhaoqing Manor, he should go find General Qing Yuan and not these normal soldiers. With the sudden appearance of the 40-0 fire, Zhaoqing Manor gave up. Even the city gate was not affected. By the time Yang Qindong, Guaning, and General Ma Wei arrived, the city gate was already wide open. Ling Feng and the other soldiers had already entered to maintain order and capture the captives. Outside the city gate, there were only 4,000 Ming army soldiers, 100 auxiliary soldiers, and 400 temporary soldiers guarding the captives. When Ma Wei arrived and saw that none of his subordinates had entered the city, he couldn't help but ask angrily, "Why didn't you all enter the city? Why are you all guarding outside?" "General, they didn't let us in. They said that they wanted to organize the military resources in the city before letting us in." A Chiliarch ran in front of Ma Wei and said with an aggrieved expression, "That's right. I'm sure General Ma knows that His Majesty did not give the mercenaries any military funds. He allowed us to take what we want first when we occupy a piece of land. General Guaning knows about this." Yang Qindong saw this scene and said with a smile. On the side, when Guaning heard Yang Qindong mention his name, he could only say with a bitter expression, "Yes, His Majesty did allow this." Seeing that Guaning and Ma Wei were unhappy, Yang Qindong knew that this was caused by the imbalance in their hearts. He immediately said, "Forget it. Let the mercenaries pick first. As for the military merits, they can all go to you. That bandit leader Qing Yuan can also be given to you. At least, how you write the battle report is up to you. Write it as beautifully as possible. Even if all the military merits are given to you, I don't care. What do you think?" Yang Qindong made a concession. Only then did Guaning and Ma Wei's faces show some joy. If there were no military merits and no loot, then there really was no point in coming. Fortunately, they could still get some benefits. They didn't have to spend much effort or risk their lives. This was a pretty good result. After thinking this through, the two of them cupped their fists and bowed to Yang Qindong to express their gratitude. Yang Qindong made a concession and had Guaning draft the battle report for him to look over. Most of it recorded how brave and good the Ming army was in battle. Regarding this, the imperial envoy did not have any objections. Guaning and Ma Wei sent the battle report to Jingdo with the fastest speed of 800 li. A few days later, there were fast horses entering the city from Jingdo. Along the way, they shouted the Guangdong victory report and headed straight for the royal palace. When the common people passing by saw this scene, not a single one of them was not excited and encouraged. They sighed in their hearts that Yingzong was indeed the legitimate emperor. He had won battle after battle. It looked like the chaos in the south would be resolved soon. In the royal palace, Zhu Qizhen saw the battle report. Seeing that they had used less than half a day to take back Zhaoqing Manor and had killed and captured nearly 10,000 enemies, he was immediately overjoyed. He gave Guaning and Ma Wei, who had performed meritorious service, a reward and encouraged them to continue to work hard to completely destroy the yellow bandits as soon as possible. From beginning to end, Zhu Qizhen still did not mention Yang Qindong. It was as if this person did not even exist. It was as if the victory at the front had nothing to do with this Duke of Loyalty and the imperial envoy. In reality, everyone had a balance in their hearts. This victory had a lot to do with the Duke of Loyalty and courage. If not, why did they always retreat in defeat before? Could they really achieve victory after victory now? However, the emperor's heart was fickle. If he did not mention Yang Qindong's meritorious service, who would dare to? There were even some people who thought that once the yellow bandits were destroyed, would it be time to burn the bridge after crossing the river? This kind of thing had happened countless times in the history of the dynasties, where the bow was put away after the birds had flown away. Jingdo Yingzong had won the battle and was naturally very happy. Master Huang Yuliang of Wuzhou had an ugly expression after losing Zhaoqing Manor. Thinking back to when he had led a large number of soldiers to surround and attack Zhaoqing Manor, it had taken over a dozen days. Afterwards, it was only because Zhaoqing's general, Jia Ping, was greedy for life and took the initiative to abandon the city. This gave him the opportunity to enter the city and take over the city. But now, the South Ming army had taken over the city in half a day. In comparison, didn't it seem that he was too incompetent? What do we do? What do we do? In the manor's main hall, Huang Yuliang summoned a group of leaders and asked the people below him. When things were going smoothly, these leaders would all lead the soldiers in battle and display a brave and fearless appearance. But after suffering successive defeats, when he asked who would counterattack Zhaoqing Manor, not a single person answered. It was clear that these people were all frightened and were afraid from the bottom of their hearts. Sitting high up, Huang Yuliang asked a few questions in succession. What do we do? The people below still did not answer. In a flustered and exasperated state, he wanted to call out a general. It was at this time that Zhu Fangyong, one of his trusted aides, stood out. Young master, I have something to say. Chapter 385. Oh, are you willing to head to Zhaoqing Manor and fight with the Ming army? Finally, someone had jumped out. Huang Yuliang felt much more comforted, and his gaze toward Zhu Fangyong was filled with more hope. No. Zhu Fangyong shook his head. Seeing that Zhu Fangyong had not stepped out to help him, anger flashed across Huang Yuliang's face. Before Huang Yuliang could say anything, Zhu Fangyong had already said, Young master, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but since Zhaoqing Manor has been taken, it will be extremely difficult to take it back. Since we are wasting soldiers on this, why not do something else? Something else? What do you mean? Confusion appeared in Huang Yuliang's eyes. I am thinking that the morale of the South Ming army is at its peak. After winning 2 battles in a row, the morale of the army is at its peak. Facing this army, it is not easy for us to fight them head-on. We should think of other methods. The art of war says that the first time will weaken and the third time will be exhausted. As long as we can use the city to stop them, as time goes on, the morale of the army will be disrupted. At that time, it will be time for us to counterattack. Standing there, Zhu Fangyong spoke with a righteous expression and did not show any fear. Once he spoke, he immediately received the support of the other generals. Yes, General Zhu is right. The morale of the Ming army is at its peak, and it is not easy to fight them head-on. The people who could say such things were naturally afraid of the Ming army. Qing Yuan's martial prowess was much higher than theirs, but he still could not defeat the Ming army. If they went, wouldn't it be the same as going to their deaths? All of the generals said such things. Huang Yuliang knew in his heart that even if he gave a death order for anyone to lead the troops, they would most likely lose and would only damage their own strength. However, he was still unwilling to just defend like this, so he asked, then, according to General Zhu, we can only wait for them to attack in Wuzhou City? Of course not. Although we can't do anything to the Ming army at the front, the other armies can take action. For example, we can send General Cui Yan, who is outside the city, to lead troops into Mengzhu Ridge, which is between Pingyuefu and Xiaozhoufu. Passing through there, we can avoid fighting with the Ming army's main force and also push the battle line out. Once we enter Yongzhoufu in the Huguang area, we will be free like birds flying in the sky. We can greatly expand our army there. At that time, whether we continue to attack cities and seize land to expand our influence or bring the newly arrived troops back to Guangdong, the initiative will be in our hands. There is also General Sun Jianglong in Gaozhoufu and Lijiaofu. We can order him to launch an attack on the Guanghai guards and thus attack Guangzhoufu to divide the Ming army's strength and destroy them one by one. Also, we can arrange for General Ru Honghai in Xuanzhoufu to advance toward Nanningfu and Guangxi and also toward Liuzhoufu. There is also another benefit. Once Wuzhou City is in danger, we can retreat toward Guangxi to avoid the danger and make plans. After speaking so much, Zhu Fangyong turned to Huang Yuliang and said, "This way, we will be spreading out everywhere and forcing the Ming army to send reinforcements everywhere. At that time, our chance will come. We can gather a large number of troops to attack one place and reverse the current disadvantageous situation." Zhu Fangyong's words were clear and logical. In Huang Yuliang's ears, it was quite feasible. He was even fantasizing that once the plan came true, the power in his hands would more than double. At that time, he would be able to stand up against Yunnan's Min Zhuang Wangzhu Huiying. Then, it would not be impossible for him to conquer the world. Good, good. General Zhu's plan is good. Immediately write letters to the heavenly kings. I want to spread out everywhere on the battlefield. I want the Ming army to be tired of dealing with them. I want the world to know my power. Huang Yuliang laughed in praise. It was as if he had already become the master of the world. Congratulations, young master. The other generals in the hall also flattered him, causing waves of laughter to erupt. Fast horses left the Wuzhou house and headed in all directions. Before long, Guangdong, Guangxi, and even Huguang would become chaotic. At that time, the Ming Empire would not have the energy to send a large army to deal with the Wuzhou house. Shaoqing House. A new round of evaluation and selection was going on. Of the 5,000 soldiers that Qing Yuan had brought with him, 4,500 remained unscathed in this battle. They had all become captives. Among these people, there was no lack of strong and healthy people. In this aspect, one had to say that Qing Yuan cared about his subordinates. As for their food and drink, he did not take away much. Now, these people had all become good soldiers. First, there was registration. Then, there was an investigation. There was also the process of exposing each other. Among the 2,000 people who had become temporary soldiers, some were familiar with these brothers. With their help, the evaluation went even smoother. In the end, 1,000 of the 4,500 people were chosen to become temporary soldiers. The other 3,500 people were given to Guanyin and Ma Wei as usual. Yang Qindong did not lack useless soldiers. These people would eat a lot every day. It was better to leave the headache to others. Choose and see if there are any who are willing to become soldiers. If there are, investigate their backgrounds. Guanning discussed with Ma Wei. With the 2,000 temporary soldiers that Yang Qindong had taken in as an example, the two of them could see the importance of captives. If there were two things that they could not ignore in the Battle of Zhaoqing, it would be the appearance of the 4-0 fires and the performance of the temporary soldiers. Mercenaries were very powerful in all aspects. Guanning and Ma Wei already had enough knowledge of this. However, the 2,000 temporary soldiers had only been in the military camp for a few days and had only gone through a few days of training. They could not understand how they could display such strong killing intent on the battlefield. Why was it that even though they had both joined the army, once they joined the mercenary group, they would change so drastically? They couldn't figure out the logic behind it, but they could at least imitate it. They just had to learn from it. As for the two generals starting to recruit soldiers from the captives, Yang Qindong only smiled when he heard the report from his subordinates. Pass down the order. Organize the new temporary auxiliary soldiers and teach them culture using the method of the old leading the new. At the same time, tell them that culture is also very important. Whether they can become a member of the mercenary army in the future, this assessment cannot be ignored. If there is any obvious improvement, consider adding 3 pieces of fatty meat to their meal. Yang Qindong was very observant. This might have something to do with the fact that he was the most outstanding member of the Cold Vanguard Special Forces in his previous life. When carrying out special missions, being more attentive and observant could save one's life during crucial moments. It was precisely because of his meticulous observation that he noticed that whenever it was time to eat, the temporary auxiliary soldiers, who rarely ate their fill, would stare at the fatty meat on the plate without blinking. Some of them would even drool without any form of restraint. Most of the time, the reward was the most important thing. In other words, the reward had to be something the other party liked and needed. For example, if you asked a rich merchant to do something for you, and you only said that you would reward him with a certain amount of silver, the effect might not be much. However, if you said that you could give him an official position after he did a good job, then it would be completely different. Perhaps the other party would do the job well even if he had to pay for it. This was what it meant to reward something. Since the temporary soldiers were so greedy for fatty meat, he would use this as a guide. When Tiger's Mane heard Yang Qindong say that he would reward the soldiers who performed well with 3 pieces of fatty meat, he was stunned. Then, he said, "Young master, Zhaoqing Prefecture was just raided by the Huang army. We did get some gold and silver when we entered the city, but meat is very rare. It would cost a lot to buy it. Why don't we just reward them with silver? You also know that meat is very rare. If that's the case, even if we gave them silver, where would they go to buy it? Okay, go tell Guanning and General Ma Wei to help us contact pork. It would be best if there was a live pig for sale. We don't lack silver. When the live pig arrives, we can directly bring it to the barracks to stimulate those people." Yang Qindong shook his head with a smile and then said to Tiger's Mane in an unquestionable tone. Note, the so-called taboo is to avoid the name and not the surname. For example, there was a Kaiyuan county that was changed to Kaiyuan to avoid Zhu Yuanzhang's name. It was to avoid the yuan in the name Yuanzhang. Everyone, please don't argue about whether the name pig is appropriate or not. Thank you. Since the young master had already thought of everything, Tiger's Mane didn't dare to say anything more. He agreed and left. When he found Guanning and Ma Wei because of this matter, and at the same time brought in a total of 30,000 silver taels, the two generals were really confused. However, since this matter was requested by the imperial envoy and he was willing to spend a high price to buy live pigs, how could they refuse? They immediately expressed that they would use their connections to get as many live pigs as possible. The two generals did their best on this matter. Regardless of whether it was because they wanted to curry favor with Yang Qindong or because they could profit from this matter, large amounts of live pigs were quickly sent to Zhaoqing Prefecture by the rich people in the nearby countryside. They then passed through the city and were transported to the mercenary barracks outside the city. Wang Yong was a member of the Wang family in Zhaoqing Prefecture. The Wang family had once been a large family in the city. Since he was young, he had never lacked food and clothing. He had always carried the hope of the family's revival. However, he had no interest in studying. Instead, he liked to dance with his spear and stick. He had taken many people as his master and had learned a good set of martial arts. When Zhaoqing Prefecture was surrounded by the Huang bandit army, he had been traveling with some of his Jianghu friends. After he heard the news of Zhaoqing being surrounded, he flew back. However, he was still one step too late. By the time he had secretly snuck back into the city, hundreds of people in the Wang family had all been killed by the Huang bandit army. There were also some clan sisters who had been brutally humiliated by Qing Yuan and his trusted aides. Chapter 386. The furious Wang Yong once again used the name of the Wang clan. To outsiders, he would always use the name Wang Yong from the Wang clan. He gathered a group of brothers to assassinate small groups of Huang bandit soldiers in the city. Not to mention that his plan was meticulous and his skills were good, he actually managed to kill many Huang bandit soldiers. For a time, Qing Yuan, who was in the city, was furious. If not for the fact that Yang Qindong and the others arrived outside the city in time and posed a threat to the Zhaoqing manor, Qing Yuan would have started a large manhunt in the city to find Wang Yong and the others. In the end, Qing Yuan was captured and the Zhaoqing manor returned to the arms of the southern Ming government. However, there was not a trace of joy on Wang Yong's face. This was because he had already found out that Qing Yuan was not dead. After being injured, he was imprisoned in the southern Ming army and was waiting to be sent to the capital to be executed. Wang Yong was unwilling that he could not take revenge for his clan by himself. For this matter, he had gone to find the southern Ming soldiers and requested to meet their general. However, how could a person without any official status get what he wanted? Not willing to give up, he saw a large group of pigs heading towards the mercenary camp outside the city. He immediately thought of a plan and chased after the pig delivery team. "I know how to herd pigs. I can help you." The pig delivery team consisted of a squad of Leng Feng, a platoon of auxiliary soldiers, and 100 southern Ming soldiers. Because there were too many pigs, it was difficult for them to herd them. Now that someone was willing to help, they naturally would not refuse. Thus, Wang Yong generously joined the team. Not to mention that his skills were good and his eyes were sharp. Every time the pigs wanted to leave the team, he would be the first to discover them and herd them. This was a great help. After traveling for a few li, the mercenary camp was in front of them. Because of the appearance of these live pigs, the normally heavily guarded military camp relaxed a little. Wang Yong even followed the troops into the military camp. With so many pigs being sent into the camp, the auxiliary soldiers who were training all widened their eyes. When they learned from their instructor that these live pigs would be slaughtered very soon and that everyone would get a share, and that those who performed well would get 3 extra pieces of fatty meat with their meals, each and every one of them worked even harder to train. Even when teaching them how to read and write, they were much more serious. It had to be said that Yang Qindong's move was indeed effective. After Wang Yong followed the team and sent the pork into the temporary pig house, the platoon leader, Leng Feng, who was following the team, came forward to express his gratitude. He even took out some silver as a reward. This was also the military discipline of the Yang family army. They couldn't casually take a needle or a piece of thread from the common people. As long as there were people who helped them, they had to give a corresponding reward. Of course, Wang Yong wouldn't care about such a small amount of silver. He refused. "Sir, I want to see your general." Captain Leng Feng was stunned when he heard this. He immediately understood that the other party had come for something. He immediately smiled and said, "Brother, seeing that you have a strong body, could it be that you want to join us? If that's the case, you don't have to go see a general. There's a recruitment office not far away. You can go there and register your situation in detail." "No. I'm not here to join the army. I have something to talk to your general about. Wang Yong shook his head and said coldly. To him, the Wang family had been destroyed by the Huang bandits. He had no hope of surviving. Right now, he only wanted to kill Qing Yuan and take revenge. After that, he would be at the mercy of others. For someone who had already thrown his life to the back of his mind, how could he have any interest in joining the army? Seeing that the other party wasn't here to join the army, the platoon leader raised his guard. He lightly raised his arm and made a warning gesture to the other members of the Leng Feng. He then smiled and walked in front of Wang Yong and said, "Brother, if you have something to tell me, it's the same. If it's really important news, I will definitely report it to our officers. Even if there's merit, I won't take it from you." As the platoon leader spoke, the other members of the Leng Feng platoon started to approach Wang Yong. Among them was Peng Yu, who had been allowed to join the Leng Feng platoon as an auxiliary soldier by Yang Qindong. Peng Yu hadn't been in the Leng Feng platoon for long, but his enthusiasm for learning was very high. He quickly learned some of the hand signals used by members of the Leng Feng platoon and was very familiar with the platoon leader's hand signals. While they were talking, he had already reached Wang Yong's side. After all, he was a martial artist. When someone suddenly approached him, Wang Yong quickly sensed it. Out of instinct, he suddenly charged at the platoon leader and struck out with his elbow. Those who could enter the Leng Feng platoon and become a platoon leader were all elites in the army. Even if their martial arts were average, they weren't easy to injure. Seeing that Wang Yong's attack was incomparably powerful, the platoon leader quickly retreated and dodged the attack. After forcing the platoon leader back with just one attack, Wang Yong quickly turned around and kicked him. Obviously, the attack just now was just a feint. His real target was the people behind him. He wanted to kill his way out before he was surrounded. Wang Yong charged in the direction of Peng Yu. Peng Yu saw the kick coming at him with a whistling sound. At this moment, his comrades didn't quickly form an encirclement. Peng Yu gritted his teeth and raised his right arm to protect his head. After that, he chose to take the attack head-on. Bang! The kick landed with a powerful force on Peng Yu's body. He couldn't help but let out a muffled sound. But then, he suddenly exerted force and pushed the kick away. Then, he quickly threw a punch at Wang Yong's chest. Peng Yu's reaction was fast and his ability to take hits was strong. This greatly exceeded Wang Yong's expectations. He originally thought that the other party was just a small soldier from the southern Ming Empire. With his methods, he wouldn't even care if there were 3 or 5 of such people. But now, not only did the other party take the attack from his kick, but he was also able to counterattack. In a moment of carelessness, his body was a little slow in dodging, and the punch landed on his ribs. Although he discovered it in time and wasn't seriously injured, he couldn't help but feel a faint pain below his ribs. After knowing that Peng Yu wasn't simple, and from the corner of his eyes, he noticed that the surrounding Ming Empire soldiers were beginning to increase. Wang Yong, who didn't dare to continue fighting, quickly retreated and rushed in another direction where there weren't many people. Wang Yong's vision was accurate, and the direction he chose to break out of the encirclement was correct. It made the platoon leaders feel like they couldn't catch up. If they let him escape from their hands like this, they didn't know how they would be laughed at by their comrades. They immediately chased after him ferociously. Ba Daojiang, who was originally a captive of the Yellow Bandits, was now a temporary auxiliary soldier. At this moment, he was sneakily approaching the pig house. Don't think that he wanted to do something bad. He just wanted to see if there was an opportunity to eat the pigs when they were slaughtering them. It would be good even if he could eat a piece of meat. Because he was thinking about the pork, he asked for leave from the platoon leader and approached the pig house with the excuse that he needed to go to the toilet. Unexpectedly, he didn't see a single pig, but he did see a few humans. When he saw the platoon leaders wearing camouflage uniforms rushing in his direction, he instinctively turned around and wanted to run. After becoming a temporary auxiliary soldier, he naturally knew the story of the platoon leaders. He knew that they were the elites of the elites, and that they had the ability to fight against 100 people by themselves with their firearms. Although he was good at martial arts, how could he fight against advanced firearms? Since he wasn't a match for them, he decided to dodge. He was probably wearing a normal military uniform. Based on his appearance and not his face, no one should know who he was. Now that he saw the platoon leaders rushing in his direction, he naturally turned around and ran. But just as he turned around, he heard a shout behind him. "My comrade, quickly turn around and stop this spy." "Spy? I'm not." When Ba Daojiang heard that he was mistaken for a spy, he quickly shook his head to deny it. In order to clear his name, he turned around and waved his hands. "I'm just greedy for pork and wanted to take advantage of it. I don't have any other intentions. Don't accuse me of anything." Before Wang Yong could finish his sentence, a punch came flying toward his face. Ba Daojiang was standing right in Wang Yong's way. In order to escape, Ba Daojiang had no choice but to take action to clear the obstacle. Who was Ba Daojiang? He was a man of 8 feet, a famous man in the martial arts world. He was a man who once chased his enemy across 8 rivers. How could he allow others to slander him so easily? He was naturally afraid of Ling Feng, but he couldn't let Ling Feng teach him a lesson without even giving him a chance to explain. This was also because he had only been a temporary auxiliary soldier for a short time, so he didn't pay much attention to military discipline. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the courage to fight back. It was precisely because the military discipline was still a little loose that when he saw someone about to attack him, he didn't hesitate to fight back. In the face of Wang Yong's punch, he didn't dodge and met it with his right fist, letting the 2 fists collide in midair. Clang! When the fists collided, blood flowed out from the cracks between their bones. It was obvious that both of them had used a lot of strength in their fists. When the fists collided, Wang Yong's footsteps were blocked and he was forced to take a step back. Ba Daojiang, who attacked later, was at a disadvantage. Before he could fully unleash his strength, his fists collided with Wang Yong's and he was forced to take a step back. After both of them took a step back, their eyes were filled with killing intent when they looked at each other. It was as if they were saying, "Brat, you dare to attack me? You're dead meat." Their gazes met for only a moment. Then, without allowing anyone to say anything, the 2 of them began to exchange blows and fight, turning into a ball of fists and feet. Chapter 387. By the time Peng Yu and Ling Feng arrived, the 2 of them were already covered in wounds and were panting heavily. Both of them wanted to finish off the other in a short period of time, so they used all their strength. In the end, they were evenly matched, and no one gained much advantage. At this moment, the 2 of them were surrounded by Ling Feng's men. Wang Yong, who knew that he couldn't escape, cupped his fists towards Ba Daojiang. "Your kung fu is not bad, and you're fine after taking a kick from me. It's admirable." Wang Yong pointed at Ba Daojiang and Peng Yu, looking like a hero who was teaching others kung fu. I haven't fully displayed my abilities yet. Let's fight another 100 rounds, then we'll know who's stronger. Ba Daojiang was obviously unconvinced. In fact, he didn't suffer any losses. He looked a little battered, but they were all superficial wounds. Just like the wounds he inflicted on Wang Yong, most of them were superficial wounds. "Yes, you're not that strong. Just now, you were just careless. Let's fight again. I don't think you can beat me." Peng Yu also lost his temper. He walked out from Ling Feng's team and came to Wang Yong and Ba Daojiang's side. The 3 of them stood in a triangular position. The 3 of them were not united. They were wary of each other and looking for flaws in the other 2. No one had the intention to make the first move. At this moment, several people came from afar. The leader was Yang Qindong, who was wearing a camouflage uniform without any military rank. Speaking of military ranks, Yang Qindong was a little depressed. He could wear the rank of marshal, but his regiment commander, Luo Pe, was only a lieutenant colonel. If he wore that rank, the gap between the two of them would be too big. Even so, it was better not to wear anything during normal times. On the contrary, it would give him a sense of mystery. Yang Qindong came here to check on the situation of the pigs. Coincidentally, he received a warning. Tiger's Mane, Beta Persei, and the captain of the first guard team, Chiu V, and the others rushed over together. With the arrival of Yang Qindong, Wang Yong's escape route was completely sealed. Seeing that more and more people were arriving, he instead calmed down. Since he couldn't escape, then he wouldn't escape. It was just a pity that he couldn't personally avenge the Wang clan. Come on, do you want to come at me together or one by one? Grandpa will keep you company. Since he couldn't escape, Wang Yong simply let go of his worries and assumed a posture of wanting to have a good fight. 6. Seeing that Yang Qindong had arrived, class monitor Ling Feng was nervous and wanted to say something. Yang Qindong waved his hand first, then looked at everything in front of him with a smile and said, "What? Aren't you afraid of death? Die." Who wasn't afraid? But as a real man, there are things that he should do and things that he shouldn't do. He can't back down from what he should do, and he can't shirk the responsibilities that he should bear. At most, he'll be a good man again after 18 years. Wang Yong didn't know Yang Qindong's identity, so naturally, he didn't have any scruples when he spoke. Peng Yu, who was standing beside him, knew everything. When he saw that Wang Yong dared to talk back to the sixth young master, he said angrily, "Kid, be more polite when you speak. Don't cause trouble and end up losing your life here." When Peng Yu said this, he more or less warned Wang Yong. From this point, it could be seen that he personally admired Wang Yong. However, he didn't know the details of Wang Yong, so he didn't dare to say anything. Lose my life? Ha! After hearing this, Wang Yong looked up to the sky and laughed heartily, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. After laughing a few times, he stopped and said, "What's wrong? It's already like this, will you spare my life? What's wrong? Even if we must kill you. Did you really do something shameful?" Yang Qindong asked curiously, as if he was interested. Something shameful? Wang Yong was provoked by this question, and his face immediately turned red. Who said I did something shameful? I came here to see your general and have something to say. How is it shameful? After hearing Wang Yong's explanation, Yang Qindong was also stunned. Then, his gaze fell on Ling Feng, who was wearing the rank of a first-class sergeant. What happened? 6th. Chief, it's like this. We were leading a team to herd pigs and passed by Zhaoqing City. This person followed us and said that he knew how to herd pigs and was willing to help us. Considering that we didn't have enough manpower, we agreed. At first, I thought that since he helped us, we should give him some money. However, he didn't want it and said that he wanted to see the general. When I asked him what happened, he wanted to run away. Then, I wanted to capture him and interrogate him. Then, we started fighting. After Ling Feng finished speaking, he lowered his head as if he had done something wrong. Yes, you didn't do anything wrong after that. However, it was wrong to allow an outsider into the military camp without permission. How about this, when you go back, find your platoon leader to write a reflection. Tonight, you will reflect on it at the company meeting. In addition, your pay will be penalized for a month. Do you have any objections? Yang Qindong said seriously. No objections, Chief. When Ling Feng heard such a punishment, he didn't dare to have any objections. He straightened his back and said, Good. He nodded at Ling Feng, then his gaze fell on Wang Yong. If all of this is true, why did you suddenly attack these soldiers? Do you know that this can easily cause misunderstandings? Even if we kill you here, it will be your fault. Yang Qindong's tone carried an unquestionable aura. For some reason, after hearing this, Wang Yong felt that he was in the wrong. Who knows what they will do after capturing me? Will they really kill me? Speaking of which, didn't the Ming army do many similar things in the past? Wang Yong complained and couldn't even be considered an explanation. However, when Yang Qindong heard this, he couldn't defend himself. He knew that the people he brought were the new soldiers of the Yang family. However, in the eyes of outsiders, weren't they the South Ming army? It was no wonder that they had such prejudices against him. If it was him, he wouldn't have allowed himself to be captured. Thinking of this, he really couldn't blame Wang Yong. However, no matter what, Wang Yong had barged into the military camp and attacked the Leng Feng soldiers. If he wasn't punished, he wouldn't be able to answer to the other Leng Feng soldiers. Yang Qindong's face darkened and he said angrily, "No matter what, you barged into the military camp. Since you've trespassed into the military camp, it's impossible not to punish you. How about this, I'll give you a chance. The three of you will fight each other. If you can survive until the end, I'll fulfill your request and bring you to see the general here. How about that?" The three people Yang Qindong was referring to were Wang Yong, Ba Daojiang, and Peng Yu. Wang Yong originally thought that the other party had the advantage in numbers, and he had made a mistake in the first place. This time, he would definitely die. He didn't expect the situation to turn around. Immediately, he asked Yang Qindong with joy, "Is what you said just now true?" "It's true. No one here is more trustworthy than me," Yang Qindong promised Wang Yong. Then, his gaze landed on Peng Yu and Ba Daojiang. "The two of you have to perform well. Whoever can survive until the end will be promoted. Peng Yu, you can be promoted to the vice squad leader of the Leng Feng soldiers." "What's your name?" Replying to the chief, "My name is Ba Daojiang. I'm a temporary auxiliary soldier," Ba Daojiang replied. He had seen Yang Qindong before and knew that the entire army had to listen to this person's orders. When the platoon leader who was in charge of his temporary auxiliary soldiers saw this person, he didn't even have the chance to get close to him. It seemed like this person's status wasn't low. When he spoke, there was a hint of respect in his tone. "Looking at your clothes, I can tell that you're a temporary auxiliary soldier. Just now, they said that you were passing by because you wanted to get some pig offal. Alright, as long as you can survive until the end, I'll allow you to eat to your heart's content tonight. You can even eat half a pig. At the same time, I'll promote you to a real auxiliary soldier. How about that?" When Yang Qindong heard Leng Feng mention the reason why Ba Daojiang was here, he wanted to laugh. It seemed like his decision to get some pork was the right one. When he heard that he could eat to his heart's content, Ba Daojiang's eyes shone with excitement. "Chief, I'm afraid that half a pig won't be enough for me." "It doesn't matter. If you can eat, I'll give you the whole pig." Yang Qindong smiled. He was surprised by Ba Daojiang's appetite. However, since he had already said it, there was no way he would go back on his words. "Alright, I'll definitely perform well." Seeing that Yang Qindong agreed so readily, Ba Daojiang turned to look at Wang Yong and Peng Yu with a serious expression. It was obvious that he was serious about this. The three of them had their own targets. Naturally, it was time for them to get serious. The three of them stood in a triangular formation. First, they cupped their fists and reported their names. Peng Yu, Ba Daojiang, Wang family's Wang Yong. According to the rules of Jianghu, after the three of them reported their names, they began to attack fiercely and crazily. Wang Yong was good at kicking, straight kicks, side kicks, and leaping kicks. He could only see the shadows of his kicks everywhere, which was really a bit like the Foshan shadowless kick. Ba Daojiang Yi Quan was good at straight punches, hook punches, swing punches, and punches to the flesh. Every punch carried the sound of the wind, and the momentum was oppressive. Peng Yu was flexible and good at elbow skills. His body was like a loach that constantly swam around the two people. Whenever the punches and kicks were about to hit him, his figure often flashed and changed his position. Occasionally, his elbow counterattack was also oppressive. Once they were hit, they often cried out in pain. Is this the so-called kung fu? Yang Qindong looked at the exciting scene of the three of them fighting with his hands behind his back. He could not help but ask Beta Persei, who was beside him. "Young master, this is Kung Fu. I can see that the three of them have learned it seriously. They have a good foundation." Beta Persei stared at the scene without blinking. He did not want to miss a single scene. Chapter 388. Beta Persei's strength lay in his height and strong body, as well as his ability to withstand blows. Often, when someone gave him 3 punches, the power of his one punch would be greater. However, it was precisely because he was too tall that he was not suitable for practicing martial arts. He had only learned a few moves from the 2 captains, Qiu Vi and Dao Shao. However, because he was strong enough, he felt endless power when he used them. Looking at Beta Persei's learning face, Yang Qindong knew that he would not be able to get anything out of him. He pointed at the captain of the first guard team, Qiu Vi, and said, "Captain Qiu, tell me, which one of the 3 is stronger?" It was easy to tell if an expert was skilled or not. As someone who had also practiced martial arts and had a good foundation, Qiu Vi naturally had a lot of professional considerations when judging. Seeing that Yang Qindong had called him, he took a few steps forward and said, "Young master, the 3 of them have their own strengths, but Peng Yue seems to be better at guerrilla warfare. He's not suitable for this kind of face-to-face combat." "Oh. You mean to say that Peng Yue will be the first to be defeated?" Yang Qindong asked with interest. "Not necessarily." Qiu Vi shook his head. "Peng Yue is too agile. It's not easy to hurt him. On the contrary, if you're careless and get hit by his elbow, you might have to pay a big price." "What do you mean?" Yang Qindong was a little confused. "Young master, I don't mean anything. I just want to say that the 3 of them have their own strengths. If you want to determine the winner, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult. However, the 3 of them are undoubtedly talents. If possible, young master, please allow them to be transferred to the first guard team. This will play an absolute role in better protecting the young master," Qiu Vi said while quietly paying attention to Yang Qindong's reaction. Since entering the battlefield, Qiu Wu had requested to increase the number of guards in the squad. After all, there were only 10 of them. Once they encountered danger, no one could guarantee their safety. This matter was also approved by Yang Qindong. A gentleman would not stand under a collapsing wall. He still understood this principle. When he heard that Qiu Vi wanted to take the opportunity to ask for him, he was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter. "You're good, Qiu Vi. Are you waiting for this young master?" "Fine, since that's the case, I'll see what they think later. If they're willing, I can take them in. But as usual, I still have to investigate their identities. Of course, if they don't want to, we can't force them." Yang Qindong's words meant that he agreed. Just like the investigation of identity, this was originally a very important matter. Protecting Yang Qindong's safety was the most important issue in the entire Yang family army. Of course, they couldn't be careless, and they couldn't allow unreliable people to exist. As for whether they were willing to stay by Yang Qindong's side as guards, no one would be able to resist such a temptation. The 3 of them were still fighting, and had already lasted for an incense stick's worth of time. It could be seen that the 3 of them were sweating profusely, and their breathing was unstable. This kind of fight was the most exhausting. After all, the difference in strength was so great that it was possible to make a big mistake if one wasn't careful. This kind of physical strength and mental strength required a high degree of concentration, and it was also the most exhausting. The 3 of them were still fighting, but Peng Yu's mental strength was slightly better. From the start of the battle until now, the number of times he attacked was not many. He relied on his nimble movements to dodge, which allowed him to maintain enough physical strength. At least compared to the other 2 who were sweating profusely, his situation was much better. It was precisely because Peng Yu's condition was the best that when he was hit by Ba Dao River's punch, he hurriedly retreated 4 or 5 steps, then fell to the ground with a plop. This caused everyone, including Yang Qindong, to be puzzled. After being hit to the ground, Peng Yu's mental strength seemed to have completely dissipated at this moment. I lost. How is that possible? He was in good condition just now. Qiu Vi was the first to voice his doubts. What's going on? He clearly could have dodged that punch. Beta Persei also voiced his opinion. Tiger's Mane, who was standing at the side, didn't say anything. He only glanced at the sixth young master from the corner of his eyes and saw that Yang Qindong's expression remained the same, and even had a smile on his face. He was even more certain that something had happened, and immediately remained silent with a smile in his eyes. Peng Yu left the field first, and the next two people to fight was Ba Dao River and Wang Yong. However, Ba Dao River, who had sent Peng Yu flying with a punch, was obviously not in his best condition. As the user of that punch, Ba Dao River was the clearest about the power of that punch. That punch wasn't something that he had been preparing for a long time. It was just a casual punch, and it was just to prevent Peng Yu from getting close to him. Regardless of whether he could hit him, even if he could, it would at most cause a slight injury to his opponent. It was impossible to cause such serious consequences. If it was really possible, Peng Yu would have been kicked out of the ring long ago and wouldn't have lasted for so long. However, it still caused such a consequence. What exactly was going on? Ba Dao River was thinking, which slowed down his movements. After being kicked by Wang Yong a few times, his footsteps began to become a little messy. It was precisely because of this that he seemed to have figured out something in an instant. When Wang Yong's next kick arrived, he intentionally let his guard down and took the kick head-on. After being kicked, his whole body was sent flying, and he fell to the ground more than 3 meters away. Huff, huff, huff. Wang Yong, who was panting heavily, started to lose his balance. Kicking was the most exhausting move. The reason he was able to persevere until now was because of his strong desire for revenge. Otherwise, he would have been the first one to collapse from the exhaustion of his stamina. I won. After turning around to face Yang Qindong, Wang Yong, who had finished speaking, suddenly lost his balance and was about to fall to the ground. Fortunately, Qiu Vi, who was standing at the side, reacted quickly and rushed forward to support the falling figure. You all did well. How about this? Arrange for them to rest, take a bath, get some food, change their clothes, and come see me again. Yang Qindong nodded lightly, and after making the arrangements, he turned around and left. Peng Yu, Ba Daojiang, and Wang Yong were carried away by the Lengfeng soldiers. First, they had a comfortable hot bath. Next, they had enough meat. After that, they were given new clothes to change into. Ba Daojiang was very satisfied with all these arrangements. He, that chief is a man of his word. Even though I lost, he still prepared so much meat for me. How satisfying, he said with satisfaction as he tore the pig trotter in his hand. Peng Yu also wolfed down the food. After becoming a Lengfeng soldier, the standard of food was naturally better than normal auxiliary soldiers and temporary auxiliary soldiers. However, after that fight, he had exhausted a lot of his stamina, and now was the time to replenish his nutrients. On the other hand, Wang Yong did not speak while eating. He seemed to be thinking about whether he would be able to meet the general here and whether he could avenge his family. After the meal, Qiu Vi appeared. He looked at the three of them and said, "Let's go. The chief wants to see you." In the largest tent in the Yang family army, Yang Qindong had just finished his dinner when Qiu Vi walked in with the three of them. As soon as they entered the tent, Peng Yu knelt on the ground. "Greetings, sixth young master. I am Peng Yu." Yang Qindong smiled and nodded. "Greetings, sixth young master." Ba Daojiang hesitated for a moment before kneeling on the ground as well. With his personality, there were not many people who could make him kneel on both knees. However, just now, the other party had fulfilled his promise. He had eaten more than half a pig's head and 2 more pig trotters. Based on the other party's promise, it was not wrong for him to kneel on the ground once. After the two of them knelt, only Wang Yong was left. He raised his head and looked at Yang Qindong. Sixth young master, right? Since I won the competition, can I meet the general here? How dare you? Why aren't you kneeling when you see the sixth young master? Tiger's Mane and Beta Persei saw that Wang Yong did not kneel and even dared to question the young master. They were not going to be polite and immediately shouted at him. Qiu Vi and Dao Xiao, the captain of the second guard squad, were even more direct. They came to Wang Yong's left and right side. It looked like they were going to force him to kneel. Humph. I knew you guys wouldn't keep your word. Seeing that more people were about to surround him, Wang Yong coldly snorted. Then, he spun his body and kicked Chou Wu and Dao Xiao with his two legs in a spinning manner. Kid, come down. Facing this kick, the two guard captains were not anxious at all. They stretched out their arms at the same time and caught him firmly. Wang Yong was caught off guard and fell to the ground with a thud. This was the first time in all these years that his legs had been restrained by someone in a single move. Perhaps it was because he was careless, or perhaps it was because he had not fully recovered from the previous battle. However, it was more proof of Qiu Vi and Dao Xiao's strength. If it were anyone else, they would not have been able to do this even if they tried their best. With a plop, he fell to the ground. His new clothes were also dirty. Even his face was covered in dust. However, this did not make Wang Yong yield. He raised his head and asked Yang Qindong in a questioning tone. You didn't keep your word. How did the young master not keep his word? Yang Qindong had a calm smile on his face. He waved his hand casually and Qiu Vi and Dao Xiao released their hands, allowing Wang Yong to regain his freedom. After regaining his freedom, Wang Yong stood up and said angrily, You said that if I won, you would bring me to see the general here. That's right, I already let you see him. Yang Qindong interrupted him with a smile. See him? Where? Wang Yong looked around suspiciously but did not find anyone who looked like a general. Chapter 389. They're everywhere. Yang Qindong chuckled and leaned back in his chair. Then, he pointed at Tiger's Mane, Beta Persei, Qiu Vi, and Dao Xiao and said, They're all generals, and they're generals who can lead thousands of troops in the future. It's just that you don't know them. This. Are you kidding me? As if he had just reacted, Wang Yong's gaze swept across these people, and he spoke with an even angrier voice. No one is kidding you, and you're not worthy of our teasing. Alright, since you want to see the general, you must have something to say. Just say it now. You don't have to worry about whether or not he's a general. The most important thing is that we can help you with your matter, don't you think so? Yang Qindong asked gently, and his gaze towards Wang Yong carried a hint of a soul-stirring aura. As if his thoughts were seen through, or as if he knew that there was nothing else he could do, he simply said, All right, if that's the case, I'll say it. I want to see the general here because I'm Wang Yong of the Wang family, and I've lived in Zhaoqing Prefecture for a long time. However, because of the appearance of the Huang bandit army, especially Qing Yuan, who coveted my Wang family's wealth and beauty, he actually destroyed my Wang family. Now that I heard that he was captured by you, I want to see him and personally avenge my family's destruction. That's all. After finally stating his request, Wang Yong felt a lot more relaxed. When he looked at Yang Qindong, he actually felt a sense of relief. Alright, now you can take me to see the general here, or you can chase me out. Of course, you can also kill me. It's up to you. After hearing Wang Yong's request, Yang Qindong's gaze froze, then he looked at Tiger's Mane. Tiger's Mane immediately understood what Yang Qindong meant. He nodded lightly, then turned around and walked out of the tent. Obviously, he wanted to investigate the truth of this matter. After Tiger's Mane left, Yang Qindong looked at Wang Yong and said, We won't kill you. As long as what you said is true, this young master will allow you to take revenge. Don't be impatient. After speaking to Wang Yong, Yang Qindong looked at Peng Yu and Ba Daojiang and said, "The two of you have good martial arts and kind hearts. You know how to help others. Am I right, young master?" "Ah." Peng Yu was stunned for a moment before he said guiltily, "Sixth young master. You saw through it?" "Ha, you saw through it." Ba Daojiang scratched his head embarrassedly. He had only joined for a short time, so he didn't know what the title, Sixth Young Master, meant. However, when he saw that Peng Yu, a member of Ling Feng, respected Yang Qindong so much, he didn't dare to look down on him. "Of course I saw through it. Otherwise, it would be hard to tell who would win. However, since you are helping him, I won't hold it against you. Stand up first," Yang Qindong said to the two of them with a smile. Peng Yu and Ba Daojiang stood up embarrassedly. Yang Qindong suddenly said, "By the way, this young master wants you to stay by my side and become my guards. Are you willing to join the first guard team?" "Ah." Peng Yu had just stood up, but when he heard this, he was shocked. When he saw the serious expression on Yang Qindong's face, he knew that it was true. He immediately knelt on the ground again. "Peng Yu is willing, Peng Yu is willing." After he finished speaking, Peng Yu didn't forget to pull Ba Daojiang, who had just stood up. "Quick, kneel down and thank him." "Why do I have to kneel down when I just got up? Is it so awesome to join the guard team?" Ba Daojiang was puzzled. "Of course it's awesome. It's so awesome." Peng Yu had already joined Ling Feng, so he naturally knew that being able to protect the sixth young master was an unparalleled honor and glory. However, when he saw that Ba Daojiang didn't seem to care about his good intentions, he couldn't help but say, "If you join the guard team, you'll have plenty of meat." "Oh. That's not bad." Ba Daojiang, who seemed to be a glutton, was finally moved. Perhaps it was due to the fear of being hungry all the time, but when he heard that there would be plenty of meat, he also knelt on the ground. Both of them knelt down and chose to join the guard team. No matter what their motives were, as long as they agreed, they probably wouldn't want to leave after they learned more about it. Yang Qindong smiled in satisfaction. "Very good. In a while, follow Captain Chiu V out to change your clothes. Someone will teach you the rules you need to follow." "Yes." Peng Yu and Ba Daojiang agreed. At this moment, Tiger's mane rushed back. After entering the tent, he went to Yang Qindong's side and whispered something. With the Security Bureau's current efficiency, since they had arrived at Zhaoqing Prefecture, they naturally had to investigate the surrounding situation thoroughly. The Wang family's matters were already recorded, so they would know the truth once they checked. The authenticity of Wang Yong's identity would naturally be revealed. "Bring him in." After listening to Tiger's mane's report, Yang Qindong knew that Wang Yong's name was indeed there, but he wasn't the person in front of him. The Security Bureau found someone from Zhaoqing Prefecture who knew Wang Yong, so he nodded and agreed to bring him in. Tiger's mane agreed and clapped his hands twice. Immediately, the tent door opened from the outside and an old man in coarse clothes walked in. Once he entered the tent, he knelt on the ground. "Your humble servant Lu Sen greets the masters." The old man obviously hadn't seen much of the world, so he trembled the moment he entered the tent. As soon as he entered the tent, Wang Yong's eyes widened. "Old Lu, why are you here?" "Ah." Hearing this familiar voice, Lu Sen raised his head and was startled when he saw Wang Yong. He then said, "Young Master Wang, why are you here? Wasn't the entire Wang family killed by the yellow bandits?" I wasn't at home at the time, so I avoided disaster," Wang Yong said with tears streaming down his face. Lu San was someone from the same street as them, so he was a neighbor who had watched him grow up. Of course, they knew each other. With Lu San as a witness, Wang Yong's identity couldn't be faked. Yang Qindong nodded at Tiger's mane and Lu San was brought out. The tent quickly became quiet again. "Let's go and find Qing Yuan." Yang Qindong got up and left. Beta Persei and the others followed him out of the tent. When they walked to Wang Yong, who was still standing there, the captain of the first guard team, Chiu V, reached out and pulled him. "Let's go and avenge you." Ah! Wang Yong was still in a confused state when he was pulled out of the tent. In Wang Yong's eyes, Yang Qindong was so young, even younger than himself. How could such a person be a general? Even if he relied on his family to get an official position, he probably wouldn't have any real position. In his impression, the officials of the Great Ming dynasty were mostly old men, and the worst were middle-aged men. Could this young man do it? Wang Yong was still thinking about whether or not he could. In the military camp, Battalion Commander Chen Bo had already gathered a company of cold vanguard soldiers and followed Yang Qindong out of the military camp. Wang Yong vaguely heard someone say something. "Commander Luo, the military camp should be loose on the outside and tight on the inside. If anything happens, act accordingly." Yang Qindong wanted to capture Qing Yuan and hand him over to Wang Yong to execute him on the spot. The idea was good, but the method was indeed against the rules. Since the person had already been handed over, the battle report to be sent to the capital should have already been written. If that was the case, then no matter what he did now, it would be considered a private action and a form of provocation. In the face of provocation, no matter what Guaning and Ma Wei did in response, it wouldn't be considered excessive. Yang Qindong was very clear on this point. It was because he was clear that he needed to make certain preparations. Although he didn't think that the other party would fall out with him because of this matter, it was better to be prepared. The mighty group of more than 100 people walked out of the military camp. Soon after, the mercenary camp closed. As for what would happen inside, outsiders probably wouldn't know. Riding tall horses, Yang Qindong and his group arrived at Zhaoqing City. Because the sky was already dark, the city gates were tightly shut. Only a few southern Ming soldiers holding torches could be seen. When they saw a group of people approaching from a distance, the soldiers guarding the city became nervous. While they were still far away, they had already drawn their bows and were ready to shoot at any moment. It wasn't until the group got closer and the uniforms of the mercenaries appeared in front of them that the soldiers guarding the city finally relaxed. However, they still didn't open the city gates. Instead, they asked in a loud voice, "May I ask what the mercenary brothers are doing here? Please open the city gates. The Imperial Envoy has important matters to attend to." Battalion Commander Chen Bo, who was in charge of calling the city gates, said as he raised the king's command banner in his hand that represented the Imperial Envoy. This was the Imperial Envoy token that the Minister of War, Kuang Yi, had given to Yang Qindong on behalf of Ingzong. The Imperial Envoy represented the Emperor on an inspection tour. When they were outside, they naturally had a powerful side. This king's command banner was a symbol. When the king's command banner appeared, the Baihu guarding the city saw it and quickly bowed respectfully. They all said, "Long live the Emperor." However, although they spoke beautifully, they still had no intention of opening the city gates. "I am truly sorry. It is already late. If the Imperial Envoy has important matters, please enter the city early tomorrow morning." "What if I insist on entering the city? If you stop me, what if something happens? Can you take the blame?" Yang Qindong appeared on horseback under the light of a torch. When his dignified gaze swept over the city gate tower, the southern Ming Baihu felt a chill from head to toe. He couldn't help but tremble all over. After experiencing 2 battles, the Imperial Envoy's name was like a killing god in the hearts of the southern Ming soldiers who followed him. If it was just a name to scare people, perhaps they could use the reason that it was too dark to refuse. However, when the real person appeared, all excuses were clearly weak. "So it is the Imperial Envoy who has personally come. I will open the gates, open the gates. Come, open the gates." Chapter 390. Yang Qindong had only appeared and said a few words, but the city gates that should not have been opened completely opened. This scene was seen by Peng Yu and Ba Daojiang, who were accompanying them, and a sense of pride arose spontaneously. Wang Yong also saw this scene, and his heart was greatly shaken. he had a deeper understanding of Yang Qindong. This young man really did have some ability. The city gates opened wide, and Yang Qindong and his group entered the city. There were already people leading the way to the prison in the city, where Qing Yuan was being held. The prison was not too far from the city gates. In less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, they arrived here. When they arrived here, there were two groups of torches rapidly approaching. Yang Qindong arrived first, and from a distance, he could already see the torches approaching. However, he did not give them a second glance. Instead, he nodded to Chen Bo in front of him, and then the two rows of soldiers charged into the prison. The Southern Ming soldiers in charge of security and guarding did not even understand what was going on before they were pressed to the ground. Some people wanted to resist, but they were quickly beaten to the ground after taking two more punches. What's going on? The two groups of torches finally approached, illuminating the place as if it was daytime. Guanyin and Ma Wei appeared at Yang Qindong's side, fully clad in armor. They were originally anxious, but when they saw Yang Qindong's figure, they quickly came over to greet him. Greetings, Imperial Envoy. N. Yang Qindong first nodded his head lightly, then asked in a voice that seemed to be concerned, "It's already late at night, why are you here?" Someone reported to this general that Imperial Envoy entered the city in the middle of the night. "I don't know what happened, so I hurried over to take a look." "That's right, Imperial Envoy, why are you surrounding this place? Also, what crime did these Ming soldiers commit? Why are you beating them?" After Guanyin greeted him, his gaze was fixed on Yang Qindong, as if he wanted an explanation. Although Ma Wei didn't say anything, his body was faintly moving closer to Guanyin, indicating his attitude. Yang Qindong didn't answer Guanying's question directly. Instead, he asked rhetorically, "What? Are you questioning the actions of this imperial envoy?" "I wouldn't dare. It's just that since I'm in charge of Zhaoqing Manor's safety, I have to get to the bottom of this." Yang Qindong was obviously a little angry, but Guanyin was not moved. Instead, he insisted. It had to be said that Guanying's temper wasn't considered to be popular in the imperial court. Fortunately, he held a position in the Ministry of War and was appreciated by Minister Kuang Yi. Otherwise, he would have suffered a lot for speaking to his superior in such a manner. A person like Guanyin wouldn't be popular in the South Ming, but his actions were appreciated by Yang Qindong. Not for anything else, but because he dared to call out to him like this in front of his face. This was enough to prove that his courage was praiseworthy. It also proved that this person valued rules in his bones. This kind of person was what the Yang family system needed. Appreciation was one thing. Yang Qindong didn't have any intention of poaching Guanyin. It was very difficult for someone like him, whose career was smooth sailing, to be used by him. If he wanted to use people, he had to choose those who had hit a wall or had lost confidence in the Ming dynasty. Guanyin was clearly not among them. Since he couldn't be used by him, Yang Qindong wouldn't be so polite when he spoke. When he answered the other person's question, his voice was much colder. "I don't need to explain my actions to anyone other than the emperor. It's best if you stay to the side. Of course, if you want to challenge my bottom line, you can try." As soon as he finished speaking, the remaining platoon of soldiers quickly aimed their guns at Guanyin, Ma Wei, and the others. Moving together with them were Qiu Vi and the others from the First Guard squad. Among them, Ba Daojiang and Peng Yu were astonishingly among them. However, Ba Daojiang was holding 10,000 shining steel knives. Even though it was He Tian, their movements were still neat and uniform, giving people a soul-shaking feeling. When the pitch-black muzzles of their guns turned in unison, even Guanyin couldn't help but take a step back. The power of these advanced guns had long been tested on the battlefield. To be honest, the power and accuracy of the Great Ming Dynasty's firearms were not something that could be compared to them. In the past, these things were used to deal with the Huang bandits. When they saw it, they only felt satisfied. However, the moment the muzzles were pointed at them, they felt extremely uneasy. There was even a feeling of suffocation that spread through their bodies. Guanyin took a step back. How could the other southern Ming soldiers not be scared into continuously retreating? They still hadn't figured out what was going on, but the imperial envoy had already turned hostile. What was he trying to do? Ma Wei was also shocked by the change in front of him. After taking a few steps back, he steadied his body. When he noticed that he had almost retreated into the midst of the soldiers behind him, he couldn't help but blush. He hurriedly took 2 steps forward and said to Yang Qindong with an apologetic smile, "Imperial envoy, what is the meaning of this? We are all on the same side. Treat me as one of your own. Treat me as the imperial envoy. You still dare to ask me what I am doing? Do you normally treat your superior with this kind of attitude?" Yang Qindong's tone was filled with anger. He then pointed at his feet and said, "Remember your current position. If anyone dares to take a step forward, execute them on the spot." His voice was cold and merciless. This wasn't because Yang Qindong wanted to take revenge for Wang Yong, so he used this ruthless method. He had thought of doing this before. As the imperial envoy, other than killing Zhaoqing's general Jia Ping and taking care of the Guangdong prison department's Han Qing when he had just taken office, he had never shown his thunderous methods. It was to the point that many people had forgotten his cold image. Just like today, he had used 30,000 taels of silver to buy a pig. According to the Bureau of Security's secret report, the price was actually 30% higher than the market price. This was treating him like a sucker. This wasn't just a matter of money. It was a lack of basic respect. In view of this, he had to intimidate people. He could take advantage of this opportunity to take revenge on the other side. It could also be considered a wake-up call for them. The imperial envoy had threatened to kill anyone who crossed the line. Regardless of whether it was Guanyin or Ma Wei, their expressions became ugly. No matter what, Zhaoqing was still southern Ming territory. Although the city was taken down by them, they had given them enough benefits as discussed before. Since it was like this, what right did they have to order them around as the owner? Wasn't this going too far? At this moment, no matter if it was Guanyin or Ma Wei, both had a sullen expression on their faces. The soldiers beside them also felt the anger of the general. One by one, they involuntarily placed their hands on their waists, where there was a saber. Suddenly, an austere atmosphere filled the air. It was also at this time that the originally friendly relationship between everyone began to change. Yang Qindong, who had experienced who knew how many life and death situations, was naturally especially sensitive to this kind of murderous aura. It wasn't just him. Even Leng Feng and the members of the small guard squad all gripped the 95 style tightly in their hands. It was as if they were waiting for an order to start a massacre. If they really fought at such a close distance, it was basically impossible for Leng Feng to come out unscathed. However, the final victor would undoubtedly be Leng Feng. The advantage of modern weapons against cold weapons was still very obvious. Yang Qindong obviously understood this point. However, he was even more clear that now was not the time to truly turn hostile. Putting aside the fact that his 2 wives were still in the capital of Baiming and some of his businesses were still developing there, if they really fought, even if he could kill Ma Wei and Guanyin, what was the use? These people had no enmity with him. There was no benefit in killing them, only harm. He wasn't willing to do such a loss-making business. He was very clear on this point. Seeing that swords were drawn and bows bent, Yang Qindong suddenly spoke. "What? Did you eat too much pork and want to move your body a little?" Once these words were spoken, General Ma Wei's originally angry face suddenly flushed red. However, his anger had disappeared. Others might not understand the meaning of these words, but he was very clear. This time, he was in charge of helping the mercenaries buy live pigs. Out of his habit of taking advantage of opportunities, he more or less deducted a little, about 7,000 to 8,000 taels. This was because of his habit, and also because he was envious of the mercenaries' gains. Why should they get all the benefits after entering the city and he get nothing? You guys get the meat, no matter what, we get the soup. Therefore, when he knew that the mercenaries needed a large number of live pigs, he had an idea. He acted first and reported later, so he deducted a certain amount of commission and benefits. He originally thought that the matter was done covertly. However, Yang Qindong had always been very careful. He was afraid that someone would do something to the food, so he had arranged for Yang Sen to have the security bureau secretly keep an eye on it. He didn't expect that the inside story would be uncovered. Now that Yang Qindong had exposed the matter in front of everyone, Ma Wei's face turned red, and he felt a little lacking in confidence. At this moment, his expression also changed very quickly. Haha, haha, it must be a misunderstanding. Quickly stand properly and retreat. Really, we know that the Imperial envoy is doing something, we should cooperate. The sudden change stunned the other soldiers. However, since the general had spoken, they didn't dare to disobey. One by one, they put the swords that they were about to pull out back into the sheath. Then, they retreated a few steps, maintaining a safe distance. This change made Guaning very puzzled. He couldn't understand why Ma Wei suddenly changed his attitude. However, before he could ask anything, his body was already pulled back a few steps by Ma Wei. It was also at this time that there was movement from inside the prison. Dozens of soldiers carried an injured man out. Chapter 391. Even though the sky was dark, Guaning could still recognize this person with the help of a torch. It was the bandit leader of the Huang bandit army, Qing Yuan, who guarded Zhaoqing Manor. He immediately cried out, "This is Qing Yuan, one of the leaders of the Huang bandit army. The memorial regarding him has already been reported to the imperial court. He will be escorted into the capital tomorrow. Why did you bring him out? Did you see clearly? Is that Qing Yuan?" Yang Qindong ignored Guan Ying's cries and asked Wang Yong, who was staring at him with bloodshot eyes. "Yes, that's him. I would recognize him even if he turned into ashes," Wang Yong said with certainty. In reality, Qing Yuan was captured by Qin Bo and Ling Feng. Naturally, Wang Yong would know his true appearance. Yang Qindong's question was only to confirm further. Knowing that this person was Qing Yuan, he nodded and said, "All right, bring him back to the camp." With that, Yang Qindong turned his head and glared fiercely at Ma Wei and Guaning. Then, he led the troops away without a word. "Why did you bring Qing Yuan away? Stop them quickly." Seeing that his merit was about to be taken away, Guaning naturally had a look of indignation on his face as he shouted loudly once again. General Guan, bear with it. We are no match for them." Ma Wei, on the other hand, was calm and collected. He stretched out his hand and pulled Ma Wei hard, not letting him run around. Seeing the figures of Yang Qindong's troops slowly disappear into the night, Ma Wei finally let go of Guan Ying's hands. As soon as he let go, Guaning shouted at him angrily, "General Ma, what are you doing? Do you know that the criminal of the imperial court was taken away under our noses?" "Ah. Of course, this general has seen it, but I have my own difficulties." Ma Wei replied with a helpless look. "Difficulties? What difficulties?" Guaning asked with a puzzled expression and a face full of anger. He knew that if he couldn't explain things clearly, he wouldn't be able to get through this ordeal. With a guilty look, Ma Wei whispered the story of how he embezzled the money that the mercenaries used to buy the pork. What? After hearing what had happened, Guaning was naturally furious. He shouted in a roaring tone, "General Ma, you are really bold. How can you do such a thing?" "Sure." Ma Wei stuck out his index finger to cover his mouth, and said in a pleading tone, "General Guan, there's no other way. If you want to lead soldiers, you have to give them some benefits. Otherwise, who would listen to you? Isn't that the only thing we can do? You." At this moment, Guan Ying's face was filled with anger. He pointed at Ma Wei, not knowing what to say. In the end, they were on the same side. In the eyes of the imperial envoy, Ma Wei's action was probably also his own idea. It was no wonder that the slap in the face came with a wave of his hand. "Forget it, Forget it. In the end, he was in the wrong first. He couldn't blame others. Although Guaning was angry, he had no choice but to swallow the bitter fruit at this moment. Ma Wei saw that his emotions had stabilized, and said in an insatiable tone, "General Guan, now that things have come to this, can we write a battle report and say that Qing Yuan bit his tongue and committed suicide in prison?" "Absolutely not." Guaning hurriedly waved his hand, but he was afraid that Ma Wei would misunderstand, so he said in an explaining tone, "It's not that I don't want to do this, but the brocade guards are everywhere. Presumably, tonight's matter will be reported to the Emperor through secret channels. It's fine if we speak the truth, but if there is even a trace of falsehood, it would be deceiving the Emperor. Do you know the severity of this?" It was Ma Wei's turn to change his expression. He quickly cupped his fist and said, "Thank you for your reminder, General Guan. I was reckless. Forget it, it's not a big deal. From the beginning of the battle, the National Treasury has never given enough food to the Guangdong Guards. The Emperor knows about this. I'm sure the Emperor, with his wisdom, can understand our actions." Guaning thought for a bit and still spoke his opinion. He was afraid that Ma Wei would have too many thoughts. On the battlefield, it was not a good thing for a general to have psychological pressure. "I hope so," Ma Wei said with a face that was praying for Buddha's protection. In reality, he was somewhat afraid. Fortunately, the silver this time was not for his own use. It was because the military was lacking in food. With his heart set on serving the country, he calmed down a lot. On the other side, Yang Qindong led his troops into the city to capture people and calmly retreated. Only after they left the city gates did the Leng Feng troops put away the guns in their hands with waning interest. To these Leng Feng, their hearts were filled with pride, and their strength was tyrannical. Even the southern Ming army was nothing in their eyes. If the sixth young master gave the order, not only would they not be afraid, they would even be unusually excited to fight. This was the ability to use the hearts of an army. To become an invincible army, one must first have the mentality and courage to not fear the armies of the world. Now, it seemed that they had already done it. This courage infected every soldier. Even Peng Yu and Ba Daojiang, who had just joined the guard squad and had witnessed the entire process, were filled with excitement. This was especially so for Ba Daojiang. This could be said to be the first time he had seen someone who dared to make the southern Ming army suffer. This scene left a deep impression on him, and made him extremely curious about the Leng Feng troops. He was also proud that he was one of them. His first sense of belonging came from tonight's operation. Compared to the Huang bandit army that he had joined before, the Leng Feng troops were too strong, and the southern Ming army was too weak. After joining such an army, even if someone wanted to chase him away, it would be very difficult for him to leave. Wang Yong also stood in the group. At this moment, he was staring at the bound Qing Yuan. In his eyes, there was only this person. The scene of the Wang family's hundreds of people dying tragically appeared in his mind from time to time. At the entrance of the military camp, someone had already sent the news after Yang Qindong and the others had left the city. At this moment, the gates of the camp were wide open. Commander Luo Pe and Political Commissar Kong Jie had already led the soldiers to line up and wait. When they saw the sixth young master's figure approaching, the two of them stood at attention and saluted. "It's fine. Just arrange for people to be on guard. The other soldiers can go and rest. Oh right, hand Qing Yuan over to Wang Yong for revenge." Yang Qindong rode into the military camp. Then, everything in the military camp fell silent again. After arranging for someone to give Wang Yong a military tent and sending the bound Qing Yuan in, Yang Qindong did not bother about this matter anymore. Instead, he went directly to his own tent to rest. First Madame Hu Yan, third Madame Shui, and Miss Su Monaire were all waiting here. When the two madams heard that Yang Qindong had left the military camp at night and that the entire military camp was under martial law, they were naturally worried. Su Monaire saw that the two madams did not go to rest, so she did not go to sleep by herself. Besides, she was also very curious about what Yang Qindong was doing, so she also stayed. She had not been by Yang Qindong's side for a long time. Speaking of which, the two of them had not even had a chance to be alone. As a result, the sixth young master still gave her a mysterious feeling. Of course, Su Maner had tried different ways to ask Hu Yan and Madame Xue about this loyal and courageous duke. However, the two madams were very smart. They would say what they should and would not say anything more than what they should not. This made Yang Qindong even more mysterious. Tonight, the military camp was suddenly under martial law. Even outside the tent where Yang Qindong usually chatted and ate with the madams, there were more guards. How could this change escape Su Maner's eyes? She carefully observed, and her heart was filled with shock. What does this young master want to do? Will he be in danger? That shouldn't be the case. Based on the confidence he displayed on the battlefield, I really don't know who could threaten him. He should be fine. When thinking of this, Su Maner herself did not know that she was already faintly worried about Yang Qindong. As for why she thought so, she was afraid that she could not figure it out for the time being. Su Maner did not stop all this until Yang Qindong returned to the military camp tent safely. Even when Yang Qindong's gaze casually swept over her, she blushed for a while. As people said, everyone loved beautiful women. How could a hero not be loved by beautiful women? Sixth young master is back. My husband is back. Hu Yan and Madame Xue stood up one after another. Their concern was completely expressed on their faces and words. I went out to do some small things. I've made Yan, and Xue, worry. It's really my fault. How about this? In order to make up for it, both of you can stay here tonight. Ha. Yang Qindong's face was not serious at all. Instead, it was full of tenderness and sweetness. As soon as he said this, Hu Yan and Madame Xue in the tent both blushed and became hot. They were shy and happy. They were happy to have a husband who loved them so much. However, it was inevitable that they would feel embarrassed to say such words of love in front of so many people at the same time. This was not the future. On the street, there were people who courted and kissed in public. The onlookers would even give them their blessings. If all this happened at this time, it would only attract people's sidelong glances. It was normal for people to feel ashamed. Yang Qindong's action made the two madams very shy. Even the two madams' personal maids, Xiao Qing and Xiao Wei, blushed and lowered their heads. They were very embarrassed. Su Maner's face was even more embarrassed. At this time, her face was red and swollen, as if she had a fever. After hearing this, she did not even dare to raise her head. She just bowed and almost ran out of the tent with the help of her maid, Xiao Yun. Behind her came Yang Qindong's laughter. Chapter 392. Sixth young master, Miss Su is not married yet. She is very thin-skinned. If you do this, she will inevitably feel embarrassed. Hu Yan walked forward and took the initiative to remove the military windbreaker that Yang Qindong was wearing. Then, she said with a coquettish expression. Who asked her to come over and join in the fun for no reason? I didn't invite her either. Yang Qindong said casually. Then, he stretched out his hand and hugged Hu Yan's slender waist. Hu Yan's face was filled with happiness. When she was hugged, she did not show any signs of rejection. Instead, she said to her personal maid, Xiao Qing, quickly bring the hot water over. Third sister and I will serve my husband to bathe. On the other side, Su Maner hurried back to her military tent. Even after she sat down again, her heart was still beating fast. The maid, Xiao Yun, said in an extremely dissatisfied voice, Miss, this sixth young master of the Yang family is really something. He knows that Miss is still here, yet he said such shameless words. He really doesn't respect others. Xiao Yun, be quiet. Su Maner's body shook when she heard this. Then, she said in a slightly stern voice, "Xiao Yun, you can't say such things in the future. You have to understand that we came here of our own free will. No one forced us. Do you know? If he insists on chasing us away because of your words and actions, then how will we achieve the goal of this trip? Even if I die, I won't be able to face my family." After Su Maner's expression became serious, Xiaoyun had already shut her mouth. When she saw that her master's expression became more and more serious as she spoke, and her eyes were about to turn red, she hurriedly came forward. "Miss, Xiaoyun was wrong. I won't dare to do it again in the future. Xiaoyun, it's not that I have to scold you. I also know that you are fighting for justice for me. But who asked me to be born like this? At this moment, I finally saw the hope of revenge. Even if I have to risk my life, I have to give it a try. So, we can't make a single mistake in the future. Do you understand?" "Miss, Xiaoyun understands. But do you really trust him that much? If we really do it, will he really fulfill his promise?" Xiaoyun nodded in agreement. At the same time, there was a trace of suspicion in her expression. Towards Xiaoyun's question, Su Maner was also unable to give the most correct answer. But in order to avenge her family, what else could she do other than choose to believe? Therefore, she could only nod and shake her head as she said, "I don't know either, but he shouldn't go back on his word. He wouldn't lie to me, right? Miss, let's hope so. Let's hope our sacrifice is worth it. Alright, it's late. Miss, you should sleep first." Xiaoyun sighed in her heart. She didn't know if what Miss was doing was right or wrong, but there was one thing that was not wrong, and that was that she would definitely follow by Miss's side. Even in the face of death, she would not retreat half a step. That night, Su Maner couldn't sleep. After that, she even had a nightmare. That was, she had completed her mission, but the person who promised her didn't avenge the Su family. On the contrary, the sixth young master of the Yang family, who was harmed by her, even came to question her with a bloody face. She was scared half to death in her dream. That night, Yang Qindong naturally slept extremely well. Hugging left and right, it didn't take long for him to enter a sweet dream. He really slept all the way until dawn. That night, Wang Yong didn't sleep at all. First, he cut Qing Yuan over 100 times. If he hadn't used a cloth to gag the other party's mouth earlier, he was afraid that the miserable screams that night would have caused the entire military camp to be unable to sleep peacefully. After killing Qing Yuan, Wang Yong knelt in front of Yang Qindong's tent until dawn, until Yang Qindong came out for his morning exercise. When Yang Qindong came out of the tent in camouflage clothes, Tiger's mane, who was guarding outside, jogged over. "Young master, he's been kneeling here for most of the night. Qing Yuan was also killed by him." Got it. Send him to the auxiliary regiment like this. Let him learn to abide by the rules first and wash away the evil aura on him." Yang Qindong nodded lightly. Then, he brought Beta Persei, Qiu Vi, Peng Yu, Ba Daojiang, and the others from the first guard team and started jogging in the military camp. Yang Qindong didn't want to keep all the capable people by his side, especially people like Wang Yong who had a strong evil aura. If he didn't know the rules, Yang Qindong would rather not have him than keep a bomb by his side. But thinking about it, if Wang Yong really had the ability, he would climb up step by step and eventually become a true warrior. 1451 AD, the second year of Tianshun, the third year of Baiming, the sixth month of Jingtai. The Guangdong Yellow Bandit Army began their final frenzied counterattack. With Wuzhou Prefecture and Xuanzhou Prefecture as the center. In the north, at Mengzhu Ridge, Heavenly King Cui Yan led 20,000 troops and was ambushed by the 2nd Regiment, Kong Chuanxin's 3rd Battalion, 2 auxiliary battalions, and Pingle's General He Sheng. After the battle, Heavenly King Cui Yan died. Less than 10% of the 20,000 troops escaped. In the south, Heavenly King's son Jianglong had just left the city when he was met with the 2nd Regiment, Wu Xing's 1st Battalion, 2 auxiliary battalions, and Xiao's General Yu Guang's fierce attacks. After losing, he lost Gaozhou Prefecture and retreated to Laizhou Prefecture. Facing the 40 rocket launchers, he couldn't defend the city and retreated to the seaside to leave. However, not long after, there was no more news. What the others did not know was that the Yang family's navy was already waiting for them at sea. Under the personal leadership of the Navy's first commander Yu Guang, in less than an hour, the ship that Sun Jianglong and his 15,000 men were on was destroyed at sea. Another 13,000 survivors were salvaged, while over 1,000 others lost their lives in the sea. In the west, with Xuanzhou Prefecture as the starting point, Heavenly King Ru Honghai led 30,000 troops to test the waters of Nanning Prefecture and Liuzhou Prefecture of Guangxi. However, because the enemy was well prepared and had the advantage in numbers, the attacks were neutralized. In the end, after losing 10,000 troops, they retreated to Xuanzhou Prefecture to rest. At this point, Huang Yuliang's so-called four-sided attack strategy had completely collapsed. Not only that, the east and north of Wuzhou Prefecture had already been stationed by the southern Ming army to suppress the bandits. At this moment, the people in the city were in a state of panic. Some of the leaders also had their own thoughts and plans. This was already the third day since Yang Qindong brought troops to Wuzhou Prefecture. Ever since he arrived 3 days ago, he didn't immediately attack the city. On the contrary, he ordered people to defend it tightly. From time to time, the drums of the army would sound, causing the Huang bandits in the city to be like birds startled by the twang of a bow. Kong Lingxin's 3 battalions to the north also had the same attitude. They also surrounded the enemy without attacking, and their war drums beat loudly. Yang Qindong's actions had once confused Guanning and Ma Wei. The two of them walked into the large military tent and came in front of the 6th young master. Imperial Envoy. Once the two generals entered the tent, they cupped their fists and bowed. The two generals have come. Serve tea. Yang Qindong wasn't wearing a military uniform. Instead, he wore a normal green robe. Just from this, it could be seen that he didn't have any desire to fight. At this moment, he was holding a brush and practicing calligraphy. No need. Guanning waved his hand and refused the good intentions. He raised his head to look at Yang Qindong and said in a serious tone, Imperial Envoy, I don't know why the Huang bandits are right in front of you, but you must surround them and not attack. Please teach me. Guan Ying's attitude was even cold. Yang Qindong saw all of this and let out a long breath in his heart. At the very beginning, Guanning had treated him with this attitude. Yang Qindong didn't pay attention to it. Instead, he used practical actions to wake the other up. He let him know what it meant to shock the world with a single brilliant feat. Guan Ying's attitude towards him had changed completely after the victory at the Battle of Canton Prefecture City. However, ever since he openly snatched the captive Qing Yuan in Zhaoqing Prefecture, the relationship between the two had clearly changed. They became much more unfamiliar. Now, he had directly come to question him. It could be seen that this person truly had a problem with him. At some point in time, Yang Qindong even had the thought of recruiting him for his own use. Guanning was indeed a talent. At least, he was much more pragmatic than some of the other Ming dynasty generals. However, a general of the southern Ming dynasty was still a general of the southern Ming dynasty. His heart was still more inclined towards the great Ming. This kind of person could be called a loyal official, but could also be called a foolishly loyal general. They all had a similar characteristic. They wouldn't easily change their original intentions. In other words, it was very difficult to change the mentality of these people. Take Yu Qian for example. He was also foolishly loyal. However, Yang Qindong had spent a lot of effort on him. Under the influence of nearly a year in Crimson City, even a stone's heart could melt. Finally, the environment changed a person. Yu Qian had become an important official of the Yang Xie dynasty. He was in charge of the affairs of Crimson City and the nearby cities. He had also displayed his ability to manage everything in an orderly manner. Yu Qian could be changed because in Yang Qindong's heart, he was a very capable person. He was worth the price to attack his heart. However, although Guanning was a good general, he wasn't unique. In the new Yangxie dynasty army, there were no lack of good generals. There were even a few who had shown their talents as commanders. Since that was the case, why would he spend so much effort on Guanning? Originally, Yang Qindong didn't have much hope. Naturally, when he saw Guan Ying's attitude, he wasn't angry. On the contrary, when faced with his question, he continued to practice his calligraphy as he spoke with an indifferent expression. Surround but don't fight. Naturally, it's because there are too many Huang bandits in the city. With our small number of soldiers, we can't take them all down. Since that's the case, it's better to slowly wear them down. You've also seen that starting today, there are already Huang bandits coming out of the city to join us. Although there aren't many of them, only a dozen or so, it's still a good start. I believe that if I slowly endure like this, in less than half a year, the Huang bandits in the city will collapse on their own. Chapter 393. What Yang Qindong said was an understatement, and the method was indeed appropriate. Based on what he said, the Huang bandit army would not all surrender in half a year. However, it would be much easier to attack the city at that time. However, how could Guanning wait for half a year? During the chaos in Yunnan, the southern Ming army was forced to retreat step by step. The initial problem had become an existence that threatened the foundation of the country. In comparison, the Huang bandit army was not worth mentioning. Especially as the heavenly kings were either destroyed or fled in defeat, they had long become an existence that was difficult to achieve. A real man standing in the world had to do something that shocked the world. Thus, although Guanning was still in Guangdong, his mind had long flown to the battlefield in Yunnan thousands of li away. He wanted to go there and show off his skills. However, if he wanted to go to Yunnan, the matter in Guangdong had to be resolved first. This was one of the main reasons why he had come to urge Yang Qindong. Wait? The imperial envoy can wait, but I cannot. Right now, the war in Yunnan is not going smoothly. The emperor and minister Quang are endlessly worried. They only hope that after resolving the matter of the Huang bandit army, they can use the power of the country to quell the chaos in Yunnan. So, I asked the imperial envoy to send troops. Standing there, Guanning once again cupped his fist and spoke. At this moment, he was no longer like a subordinate. Instead, he was like a superior giving orders. Guan Ying's words fell into Yang Qindong's ears. He had no choice but to stop writing and stand. He then looked straight ahead and said to Guanning, I have said that the Huang bandit army is powerful. Now is not the best time to attack the city. I will not say this a second time. Guanning, you may leave. He did not call him General Guan and instead directly called him by his name. This already expressed Yang Qindong's anger. Ma Wei, who was accompanying Yang Qindong, saw that Yang Qindong was angry. He immediately winked at Guanning. It was clear that he didn't want him to continue talking. However, since Guanning had come with a determined heart, he would not back down because of one sentence. After hearing Yang Qindong's words, he shook his head. Fine. Since the imperial envoy does not think the time is right, I request to lead troops to attack the city. Please allow it. Approved. Yang Qindong agreed without hesitation. Since this person was determined to do so, he could not stop him. He would just fulfill his wish. He had not thought that Yang Qindong would agree so readily. Guanning was first surprised, then his eyes showed gratitude. Thank you, Imperial Envoy. Guanning left, followed by Ma Wei. As soon as they left the tent, Tiger's Mane, who was standing at the side, was puzzled. Young master, why did you agree to his request? He's a good general, and he's smart. This young master is just helping him. I hope he can be a good opponent in the future. After saying that, Yang Qindong lowered his head and continued to practice his calligraphy, leaving Tiger's Mane standing there at a loss. Tiger's mane could feel that there was a hidden meaning in the young master's words, but he still needed to figure it out himself. But he really could not figure it out for a while, so his gaze fell on Beta Persei, who was standing on the other side. Feeling Tiger's mane's gaze, Beta Persei dodged again and again, turning a blind eye. It was not for any other reason, but because he also could not understand the hidden meaning in the young master's words. For him, there was no need to worry about these complicated things. He only needed to protect the young master's safety. As for Tiger's mane, if he wanted to think about it, then he could think about it. If he wanted to have a headache, then he could. Seeing that Beta Persei did not look at him, Tiger's mane secretly scolded him for being an idiot, but then he also laughed. He could not figure it out himself, so how could he not be an idiot? Not long after Guan and Ma Wei had walked out of the tent, the latter asked in confusion, "General Guan, why are you so aggressive? The imperial envoy is not to be trifled with." "Of course, I know he is not to be trifled with. I am just expressing my position." Guan stood still and then let out a long breath as if he was very relaxed. "Expressing your position?" Ma Wei's face was full of confusion. "Yes, expressing your position. General Ma is different from me. You are the commander of the Guangdong Guards, and Guangdong has just experienced war. I'm afraid you will need to stay here to guard for a while. After everything is settled, I will return to Jingdo. When the time comes, I will be rewarded. Under the glory, I will naturally be envied. It is inevitable that there will be villains who will slander the emperor. At this time, falling out with the imperial envoy is expressing my position. This way, I will not be suspected by others. This is one of the reasons. Although these few battles seem to be going smoothly, in reality, it is all due to the efforts of the imperial envoy and the mercenaries. We have always been dispensable existences. In order to prove ourselves, we need to fight a real battle. This is also where we have the opportunity to perform." Guan spoke the thoughts in his heart completely because he knew Ma Wei would not be able to return to Jingdo to take up a post for a while. To people who could not threaten him, he could open up some of his heart. Of course, if he didn't make the matter clear, Ma Wei would probably not fully cooperate with him. This would also be very difficult for him to take down Wuzhou. This was also one of the important reasons. After being said like this, Ma Wei finally understood. After sighing in his heart about Guan Ying's careful thinking and long-term vision, he immediately expressed his position. "General Guan, since it is like this, I will fully cooperate in the attack on Wuzhou. We will fight however you want." "Good, I have already ordered people to make the scaling ladders and other items needed to attack the city. They should be ready in a day. At that time, we will attack the city with all our strength. The great merit will be right in front of us." Guan wanted Ma Wei to say this, so he immediately spoke excitedly. "Good," Ma Wei said in a similarly excited tone. During the chaos in Guangdong this time, as the commander of the Guangdong Guard, he was not able to quell the bandits at the first moment. He was originally guilty. Now that he had the opportunity to take the blame, of course, he did not want to let it go. The two generals had the same goal. After returning to their tent, they began to prepare enthusiastically. A day later, when the wooden scaling ladders were completed, the attack on the city began. Within Wuzhou Prefecture City. In a large courtyard, a new signboard was hung high up. The two large words, "Zhu Manor," were written on it. This was the manor of Zhu Fangyong, one of the leaders of the Huang bandit army. As a chess piece that Yang Qindong had placed in the Huang bandit army, Zhu Fangyong's performance was exceptional. After saving Huang Yuliang's life and losing 3 of the 4 heavenly kings, he had become one of young Master Huang's trusted aides. Of course, Zhu Fangyong was clear that Huang Yuliang was both wary of him and using him. Wary because of the other's nature, using him was because there was no better general to choose from. Fortunately, Zhu Fangyong had never been of the same mind as Huang Yuliang. Thus, he was able to deal with this situation safely. As a trusted aide that Yang Qindong had placed here, he knew the direction of the situation better than anyone else in the city. He even had a rough guess of where the next step would be. Originally, everything was within his expectations. However, the Ming army suddenly attacked the city this morning. This was something that Zhu Fangyong could not understand. Based on the previous plan, they should first surround the city and wait for the morale of the city to fall into chaos before making their next move. However, why did they suddenly attack the city? Had there been a change in the plan? However, he should have been notified first. Just as Zhu Fangyong was feeling uneasy about the matter in front of him, the person in charge of communications, Leng Feng, finally appeared. The person who came was dressed as a farmer delivering vegetables. To outsiders, the reason he was called before Zhu Fangyong was because the general wanted to know the price of vegetables in the city. Zhu Fangyong was deeply trusted by Huang Yuliang, so it was normal for him to be worried. The person who came was dressed in rough clothes. Even his face was full of wrinkles and his skin was dark. Under this kind of appearance, it was difficult for anyone to suspect that he was not a vegetable farmer. In reality, the person who came was disguised. This was one of the necessary methods to become an elite spy of the Security Bureau. I am 007. You can call me 007. This is a token. When the vegetable farmer arrived in the bedroom, he no longer had the silly grin and hunched posture that he used to have in front of outsiders. Instead, he straightened his back, took out a golden token from his bosom, and presented it to Zhu Fangyong. The golden tablet was made by the military factory in Crimson City. Many modern elements were added to it. Even if others wanted to disguise it, it was impossible to do so. Zhu Fangyong had seen such a tablet before. That person was codenamed 013. Now that 007 had appeared, it was clearly of a higher level. He immediately cupped his fist and said, "Brother 007, you've worked hard. We are all working for the 6th young master. This is our duty. It can't be considered hard. However, I'm afraid that after this, Commander Zhu will really have to work hard." 007's expression carried a trace of seriousness. Following this, he explained the matter of the Ming army taking the initiative to attack, as well as the method the 6th young master had proposed to deal with it. The 6th young master's meaning is that the Ming army outside the city can be considered an elite division of the southern Ming Empire. If possible, it would be best to use the head of the Huang bandit army to exhaust them. Then, when the time is ripe, the next step of the plan can be carried out. 007 spoke as he took out a secret letter and handed it to Zhu Fangyong. "Commander Zhu, please open it on the spot and then burn it in front of me. This will allow this subordinate to return with an explanation." "Well said, well said." Zhu Fangyong knew that since 007 had said this, then the secret letter had to be burned. This was actually for his own good, to prevent any evidence from being left behind. Opening the secret letter, Yang Qindong's handwriting jumped into his eyes. When Zhu Fangyong saw the 6th young master's overall plan, he couldn't help but nod his head. Good, good. The 6th young master's plan is good. This commander will carry it out seriously. After speaking, the dense letter was burned into ashes. Another quarter of an hour passed, and the farmer walked out of the study with a fawning look on his face. In his hand was a piece of 5 taels of silver. His smile was so brilliant that the wrinkles on his face seemed to be able to squeeze a bunch of flies to death. Chapter 394. The Ming army had started to attack the city. Guanning didn't just do it for the sake of showing off. Before the battle, he had indeed done a lot of things. One of the most important things was to learn the management methods of the mercenary army. He recruited a lot of strong captives into the army and then took care of them. He also said that whoever could make a great contribution in the next battle would be rewarded with money, meat, and even an official position. This was also Guan Ying's decision to make an exception. Normally, people who were guilty would not even be able to obtain the status of a good citizen. However, to be able to do well, he actually promised an official position and wealth. Just from this point, he had really put in a lot of effort. Not talking about the official position, just the fact that before entering the battlefield, he had given the attacking soldiers a full meal and provided them with enough meat was enough to make many people shed tears of gratitude. The ancients also paid attention to being a ghost with a full stomach before they died. Legend had it that when they went to the netherworld, they would not suffer too much. Now that they had eaten and drunk their fill, for some people, they had no regrets. Using them to attack the city was indeed shocking. Just the first wave of attack had allowed them to rush up to the top of the city tower of Wuzhou City. If Zhu Fangyong had not brought people over in time, this wave of attack might have broken through the city. Reality proved that as long as one used the right method, the morale of the army could be used. He called the original Huang bandit captives to the training grounds of the camp. With good wine and meat, General Guaning, whose face was filled with excitement, was planning the attack plan for the next day. Outside the camp, some of the rich people who were originally in the Wuzhou house brought good wine and meat to help the army. To them, there were too many immovable assets in the city. The earlier they took down the city, the earlier they could take back what belonged to them and the earlier they could return to their normal lives. Within the mercenary camp, it was extremely quiet. Apart from the normal training of the soldiers, there was no other movement. Inside the large tent, it was not as peaceful as it seemed from the outside. Commander Luo Pe, Commander Lu Zhua and the others were listening to the battle reports from the front lines, waiting for the latest orders from the 6th young master. Everyone was in the tent, listening attentively to the reports from the scouts they had sent out about the scene of the siege today. When they talked about how the Ming army had actively attacked the city, how the first wave of attacks had charged up the city tower without any hesitation, and how they had almost taken down Wuzhou City, everyone's face was filled with shock. Since when did the Ming army possess such powerful combat strength? In their eyes, the Ming army was just a bunch of weaklings. They could bully the common people, but when they really faced the bandits, they would probably reveal their cowardly nature. They are not real Ming soldiers. They were chosen from the remaining captives we picked up. Guaning imitated us. After providing them with a few meals, he promised them that they would be promoted and become rich after the siege. Yang Qindong saw that everyone was discussing fervently below, with faces filled with disbelief. Thus, he explained the real reason. After saying all this, Yang Qindong's gaze swept across the crowd and continued, reality has proven that arrogance will definitely lead to mistakes. Luckily, this time the Ming army was dealing with the yellow bandits. What if they were targeting us? If we were arrogant, wouldn't we be at a disadvantage? Facing Yang Qindong's question, the officers first looked at each other. Then, the commander of the auxiliary troops, Lu Zhua, stood out and said, "Sixth young master, we have the most advanced firearms in the world. Even if they were to come, we would not be afraid of them. We will definitely wipe them all out." Yes, yes. The other officers also nodded their heads, clearly agreeing with this point of view. Yang Qindong, who was sitting at the head of the table, saw that the officers were still full of confidence and could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He said with a somewhat sarcastic tone, "Yes. We have the most advanced firearms in the world. This is our advantage, and perhaps our only advantage. Perhaps once we lose our weapons, we are no different from the Ming army. If we are heavily surrounded, how many bullets can you bring? There will be a day when you run out of bullets. At that time, won't we be surrounded like dumplings and be completely wiped out?" Ah, this. At this moment, the officers were dumbfounded. They suddenly realized that they originally thought that they were invincible, but after analyzing it, it seemed that the truth was not so. Therefore, we are not strong enough. If we want to become the strongest army in the world, it is not enough to just have advanced weapons. We also need a strong heart and a strong will to fight. No matter what kind of enemy we meet, we will not be afraid and will not take a step back. From today onwards, the training will be doubled. Other than firearms, everyone will also have to seriously practice the use of cold weapons and the 3-3 system. In short, no matter what, even if our soldiers are unarmed, they must have the confidence and certainty to defeat any enemy. Yang Qindong suddenly stood up and said with an incomparably sharp voice. Yes. The officers below all stood up. The sixth young master had pointed out everyone's shortcomings, so they had to correct them. This was not as simple as following orders. At the crucial moment, a well-trained army would save their own lives. After having a unified order, the military camp began to get busy. Other than the necessary personnel on duty, the other members of the first guard squad went down to the various platoons to teach the soldiers close combat tactics. For example, Tiger's Mane, Qiu Vi, Ba Daojiang, Peng Yu, and the others. Even Wang Yong, who had just joined the auxiliary soldiers, began to get busy. They all became instructor-like figures and began to walk into the military camp. They faced the normal soldiers and taught them the way of fighting. The Ming army and mercenaries were all hurrying their preparations. In the hall of the Wuzhou government yamen, the bandit leader Huang Yuliang was currently raging. He, who had gathered all the generals, first killed the general in charge of defending the city in front of everyone. Then, he rewarded Zhu Fangyong, who had provided assistance. Afterwards, his anger seemed to have subsided greatly. Sitting on the seat of the former Wuzhou Zhizhou, he looked at everyone and said, "You have to know that once the city gate is broken, we will all die. Even if it is for your own safety, I ask that everyone do their best. I also ask that everyone follow General Zhu Fangyong's example." "Yes, young Master Huang." The high-ranking officers and leaders standing below all agreed. However, there were only a few people who truly listened to these words. Even Huang Yuliang did not have much confidence in his heart. "You can all leave. Manage your brothers well and be prepared to go up the city gate tower to fight at any time. General Zhu, stay." Waving his hand, Huang Yuliang had an expression of tiredness and irritation. "We will leave." After the other generals all cupped their fists and said this, they left in twos and threes. As they walked, they whispered something. It was clear that they were analyzing the situation in front of them. Some of them were probably even spreading words that were unfavorable to the bandit army. If this were in the past, no one would dare to do all of this. However, 2 of the 4 heavenly kings were dead, 1 was missing, and only 1 was left. In this situation, Huang Yuliang's control over the army was clearly not as good as before. At this moment, it seemed that he could only allow these people to casually say whatever they wanted. There was nothing he could do. Everyone left, leaving only Huang Yuliang, 2 guards, and Zhu Fangyong standing in the middle of the hall. "General Zhu, your performance today was very good. I am very satisfied." Huang Yuliang sighed as he looked at Zhu Fangyong, who was still able to organize a military force to fight against the Ming dynasty in this chaotic world and emerge victorious. This is all due to young master's good fortune. This general does not dare to claim credit. Zhu Fangyong did not forget to flatter Huang Yuliang. "Ha ha ha, good. General Zhu is still the most loyal. This young master can rest assured when doing things." Huang Yuliang, who was extremely comfortable with this flattery, laughed heartily. Soon after, his tone changed. "General Zhu, this young master intends to hand over the task of guarding the city to you. How confident are you?" Zhu Fangyong, who was asked this question, was stunned at first, as if he was not mentally prepared. Then, he half knelt and said, "Many thanks to young master for thinking so highly of me. Even if you hand over the defense of the city to me, I will do my best." In Huang Yuliang's eyes, Zhu Fangyong's words of loyalty naturally made him happy. However, what he valued more was how confident Zhu Fangyong was in defending the city. Thus, he asked again. "General Zhu, you still haven't said. If I hand over the defense of Wuzhou to you, will you be able to defend it?" Zhu Fangyong slowly raised his head and looked at Huang Yuliang. He said with a serious face, in reply to young master, "I will not be able to defend it." "What?" Originally, Huang Yuliang thought that even if he could not defend it, Zhu Fangyong would say some tactful words. For example, he would do his best, or he would hold on for a while, etc. He never expected such a direct answer, which caught Huang Yuliang off guard. You will not be able to defend it? I have 60,000 soldiers, so why can't I defend a small Wuzhou prefecture? Huang Yuliang asked unhappily. Young master, please forgive me for speaking so bluntly. You also said that we are in a small Wuzhou prefecture. If we defend it for a long time, we will run out of food and water. If that's the case, there will be chaos before anyone else attacks. If that's the case, how can we defend the city? Hearing Zhu Fangyong's serious answer, Huang Yuliang's emotions gradually stabilized. Okay, then what do you think? Young master, based on my thoughts, we must give up on the Wuzhou prefecture. Give up. Continue. Huang Yuliang frowned as he listened. Yes. After Zhu Fangyong agreed, he said, the art of war says that if we defend for a long time, we will definitely lose. Without reinforcements, defending the Wuzhou prefecture to the death is the worst plan. There might even be no hope. Why not give up on this place and find a new place to settle down? It's like arranging for Ru Honghai to find a new place to settle down and develop. Internally, we can guard the city strictly and delay the Ming army's attack speed. At the same time, we also have to deal with the internal problems. This humble general is not talented, but I have arranged for some people to do some investigations. I found that some generals have long wanted to join the Ming army. If such people stay by our side, not only will they not be of help, but they will also become our cancer and hinder our development. Chapter 395. Zhu Fangyong spoke with fervor and assurance, and Huang Yuliang listened very seriously. He only stopped talking after the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. Then, he stared ahead without blinking, waiting for his young master to make the final decision. From Zhu Fangyong's words, Huang Yuliang knew that Zhu Fangyong had put in a lot of effort. At least, he had carefully considered their escape route. More importantly, Zhu Fangyong's words were clear and logical, and he had a plan for how to proceed step by step. This made Huang Yuliang very confident. An army was most afraid of doing things without a goal. This kind of army was like a headless fly, and was destined to have problems. From this, it could be seen how important a correct direction was. Huang Yuliang had already secretly approved of Zhu Fangyong's plan, but he still needed to ask for more details. Yes, General Zhu, please stand up. You said that you could let Heavenly King Ru find a new location, but do you have a plan? In reply to young master, I do have a plan. If possible, we can let Heavenly King Ru lead the army to the vicinity of Gaozhou Prefecture. That place is vast and sparsely populated, and the territory is large. There aren't any important towns around it, so it's beneficial for us to move around there. Once the time is right, we can raise our flag again and gather a powerful army. Zhu Fangyong, who was already prepared, explained the plan in one breath. Gaozhou Prefecture. Hearing this location, Huang Yuliang hurriedly searched for it on the map. Then, he said with a suspicious expression, isn't there also a Ming army in Gaozhou Prefecture? Previously, Heavenly King Sun Jianglong's army was defeated there. That's right, it's there. However, just like young master said, if you didn't expect us to go there, then the Ming army would be even more surprised. Taking them by surprise is in accordance with the art of war. We will have a chance to appear there when they least expect it. It's precisely because it's not far from the sea that we can escape into the sea if things go wrong. This way, the southern Ming army, which has already restricted the sea, can't do anything to us. When that time comes, we'll be like fish in the sea. Zhu Fangyong nodded heavily with a confident expression. Take them by surprise, take them by surprise. Huang Yuliang muttered to himself. Then, as if he had made up his mind, he slammed his fist on the desk. All right, let's take them by surprise and kill our way out. How about this? General Zhu's suggestion just now will be approved by this young master. I'll leave the matter of city defense to you. You will also be in charge of those disloyal generals. At the same time, you will also arrange for Heavenly King Ru to secretly attack Gao Prefecture. I hope you won't disappoint me. Otherwise, you know the consequences. The reason he said that he would not be disappointed was because the failure of Zhu Fangyong's policy of attacking everywhere had not only caused the strength of the Yellow Bandit army to shrink greatly, it had also implicated Sun Jianglong and Cui Yan, the two heavenly kings, to die in battle or disappear. This time, he listened to Zhu Fangyong's plan. If something went wrong again, then he would have to doubt Zhu Fangyong's intention. How intelligent was Zhu Fangyong? He naturally understood the hidden meaning in Huang Yuliang's words. He immediately cupped his fist and said, I'm willing to guarantee with my life that as long as Heavenly King Ru is careful, once you suddenly appear in front of Gao Prefecture's city, no one will be able to stop you. Alright, haha, then this young master will take advantage of General Zhu's auspicious words. Huang Yuliang's laughter rang out in the hall. He seemed to be in a good mood at this moment. Huang Yuliang trusted Zhu Fangyong again. Even though he knew that there were risks in doing so, he didn't have any better methods to deal with the current situation. Thus, he might as well give it another try. Of course, he didn't completely trust Zhu Fangyong. He still arranged for a group of personal guards to follow Zhu Fangyong and watch his every move. If they discovered that Zhu Fangyong was doing anything improper, they would probably raise their blades and cut off his head. Zhu Fangyong didn't show any signs of resentment towards the fact that someone was watching him. On the contrary, he even entertained these people with good food and drinks. Furthermore, he would bring them along whenever he did something. He acted as if he was innocent and wasn't afraid of being investigated. After gaining Huang Yuliang's trust on the surface, Zhu Fangyong started to do things boldly. First, he captured some of the generals in the Huang bandit army who weren't ready to fight. Then, he stripped them of their military power and made them his subordinates. At the same time, he strengthened the defense of the city and made it look like he was going to fight to the death with the Ming army. Zhu Fangyong's deployment was well planned and orderly. This caused the Ming army to face a lot of trouble in the next few sieges. There were many casualties in the fierce battle above and below Shuangfang city. In the end, they managed to protect the Wuzhou prefecture and didn't let the Ming army enter the city. With the city protected, Huang Yuliang was naturally much more satisfied with Zhu Fangyong. At this moment, news came from Heavenly King Ru. They followed Zhu Fangyong's suggestion and suddenly appeared outside Gaozhou prefecture. As expected, they didn't spend much effort to retake the city. With this, they found a new path of retreat for the Huang bandit army. After hearing this news, Huang Yuliang was naturally elated and had a higher opinion of Zhu Fangyong. As Gaozhou was taken down, the Huang bandit army had a path of retreat. Huang Yuliang started to make arrangements to leave Wuzhou prefecture. For this, he once again called Zhu Fangyong over and asked him for a plan. After Zhu Fangyong, who was covered in blood and killing intent, entered the Great Hall, there was already a seat waiting for him. According to Huang Yuliang, after this battle, he would promote Zhu Fangyong to one of the 4 heavenly kings. Thank you, young master, Zhu Fangyong said gratefully. Ha, Fangyong, there is no need to be angry. Now, can you tell me how we are going to retreat safely? Huang Yuliang said with a smile. Yes, young master. This is what I think. Below Wuzhou city, Guaning and Ma Wei rode on their horses tiredly. Looking at the Wuzhou prefecture that they had not been able to take down and the corpses on the battlefield, their faces were filled with doubt and regret. They could not understand why the seemingly unstable Wuzhou city had almost taken the city in the first attack and still remained standing under the numerous fierce attacks they launched. On the contrary, they had lost soldiers and generals. Putting aside the fact that most of the Huang bandit captives had died in battle, even the original 4,000 Ming soldiers had lost close to 3,000 men. Why had they still not taken the city? After 7 or 8 sieges, including the captives, they had 8,000 men. But now, they did not even have 2,000 men left. most of them were injured. This was a result that Guanyin and Ma Wei could not accept. Especially the latter, who had already given the order to stop the siege. Ma Wei was the commander of the Guangdong Guards. No matter if he was a general or a commander, he had to have soldiers under his feet to be able to use his power. But now, he had almost used up everything, so it was no wonder that he would suddenly give the order to stop the siege. Guanyin did not understand this matter and had even argued with Ma Wei because of it. In his words, he had lost a lot of men and was under a lot of pressure. The Huang bandit army was also not having a good time. Now, it was up to who could last longer. Perhaps after another fierce siege, they would be able to take down the city tower and take down the Wuzhou prefecture. Ma Wei shook his head and did not agree with Guanying's words. Disregarding everything else, even if they took down the Wuzhou prefecture, with the amount of military power he had, it would be difficult for them to do much. They probably did not even have enough people to watch over the captives, so how could they talk about defending the city? Ma Wei very happily rejected Guanying's idea of attacking the city again. He prepared to rest and build up strength. He would wait for the internal strife within Wuzhou city to happen as the imperial envoy had said so that he could benefit from it. However, just as this plan was prepared, an unexpected situation occurred. The city gates of Wuzhou prefecture suddenly opened. Thousands of people holding all kinds of weapons charged out and charged into the unprepared Ming army camp. Everything that happened so suddenly was completely out of their expectations. Caught unprepared, they were actually caught off guard by the Huang bandit army. Within the camp, many of the injured soldiers were killed. Even Guanyin, because he could not retreat in time, was entangled with people and had an additional knife wound on his body. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, the mercenary army moved out. They held the 9-5 in their hands and shot at the Huang bandit army from a distance. Immediately after, thousands of auxiliary soldiers and temporary auxiliary soldiers suddenly charged out. Under the powerful aura, they quickly crumbled the morale of the Huang bandit army and defeated them in the Ming army camp. After the Huang bandit army soldiers who had left the city were killed or captured, the mercenary army directly charged toward Wuzhou city. Unexpectedly, it went very smoothly. Other than a few banners that the Huang bandit army had stuck into the city tower, all of the Huang bandit army had disappeared. Even most of the common people in the city had been taken away. The Wuzhou prefecture, which was almost empty, was taken down so easily. However, it was clear that Yang Qindong was not satisfied. He called over Guanyin and Ma Wei to talk about continuing the pursuit. After the Huang bandit army has lost the Wuzhou prefecture, they have no place to stay. This is the best time to pursue and kill them. Otherwise, once they find a new place and continue to develop, it will not be long before they rise up again and become a problem for the court. Faced with Yang Qindong's righteous words, Guanyin and Ma Wei lowered their heads. How could the two of them not understand this logic? It was just that right now, they only had 1,000 soldiers. Even if General Pingle brought a few hundred people, there were less than 2,000. They could still defend Wuzhou prefecture and calm down the situation here, but if they wanted to chase after someone, they really didn't have the strength to do so. The two of them did not speak. Yang Qindong pretended not to understand and asked, "What? Do the two generals have any objections?" "No, no. However, after attacking Wuzhou city for the past few days, our vitality has been greatly damaged. Now, we lack soldiers and are trapped. It is time for us to reorganize. We really do not have the strength to chase after the Huang bandit army. This heavy responsibility will probably fall on the shoulders of the mercenary army and the imperial envoy." Ma Wei and Guanyin spoke with pleading expressions. Chapter 396. So it's like this. Alright, since this imperial envoy has promised the emperor, then I will definitely completely destroy the Huang bandit army. Thus, we will leave first. If the two generals have finished organizing the military affairs, it won't be too late to catch up. Yang Qindong only pretended to be troubled. After a slight hesitation, he immediately agreed. Naturally, Ma Wei and Guaning were overjoyed that Yang Qindong agreed so readily. In order to express their sincerity, they even sent some of the food in their army to the mercenary camp. Then, they watched as the mercenary army left Wuzhou to chase after the Huang bandit army. Sigh, no matter what, the matter of the Huang bandit army has been taken care of. Soon, we will be able to report to the emperor. Ma Wei muttered to himself. When Guaning heard these words, his self-reproach lessened a lot. What the two of them did not know was that all of this was Yang Qindong's plan. Zhu Fangyong's action of leaving the city was one of his plans. The reason why he did this was because he had an even bigger goal, which was to completely destroy the Huang bandit army. The development of Qiqian City and Ryukyu Island needed people the most. Only with enough people could one do more things, expand one's army, and expand one's own power. It was because of this point that Yang Qindong's plan for the Huang bandit army was not to destroy them, but to make them prisoners. It was only about Ying and Ma Wei. They might be able to get some of the captives to become soldiers, but to get all of them to become their captives and be sent to Ryukyu Island was basically impossible. In order to achieve this goal, the first thing to do was to exhaust the Ming army's power so that they had no time to worry about other things. Thus, he sent a letter to Zhu Fangyong to use war to exhaust the Ming army's power. Using this, Zhu Fangyong could send some of the Huang bandit army's members who did not obey him or had bad attitudes to the battlefield and use the Ming army to eliminate them. Facts had proven that this plan was appropriate and successful. During these days of defending the city, Zhu Fangyong had received Huang Yuliang's trust and delegated power to him. Taking this opportunity, he had successfully eliminated the dissidents. In the end, he had sent those who didn't listen to him or those who were truly evil to the defense of the city tower. Most of the people in the Huang bandit army were people who were forced to join. They were not loyal to young Master Huang and did not have a sense of belonging to the Huang bandit army. As long as they had the right opportunity, they could become good citizens again. When they reached Ryukyu Island, they might even become useful talents there. After the plan was successfully implemented, Yang Qindong led the mercenaries out of the Wuzhou prefecture and headed towards Gaozhou. Even when they were leaving the city, they still brought the gratitude of Ma Wei and General Guaning. Of course, in Yang Qindong's eyes, the more benefits he got from others, the better it would be for him. Quickly inform Battalion Commander Wu Sheng that we can close the encirclement and lock onto the target. After giving the secret order to Tiger's Mane, Yang Qindong turned around to look at the army in his hands. With Kong Chuanxin's Cold Front 3rd Battalion and an auxiliary battalion, the army he led had grown even stronger. Adding on the temporary auxiliary soldiers he had recruited along the way, the total number of soldiers had increased to nearly 7,000. Perhaps an army of 7,000 might not be much in the eyes of others, but if these people were mercenaries, they would be able to fight against an army of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Moreover, they would have a high chance of winning. Huang Yuliang listened to Zhu Fangyong's suggestion and first sent his only heavenly king, General Ru Honghai, to attack Gaozhou prefecture. After occupying the city, he gave up on the entire Wuzhou prefecture and led most of the citizens to Gaozhou city in the southeast. Huang Yuliang didn't understand why he had to lead 40,000 citizens in Wuzhou prefecture. However, because Zhu Fangyong's method of dealing with the enemy was very timely, he didn't ask any further. Now that they were out of Wuzhou prefecture, the remaining 50,000 Huang bandits and 40,000 citizens were walking on the official road. Only then did he have the time to ask for the reason and order someone to call Zhu Fangyong in front of him. General Zhu, you have worked hard this time. You have done well and this young master is very satisfied. However, why did you bring the citizens of Wuzhou prefecture? General, what can you tell me? Huang Yuliang first expressed his admiration and then asked the question in his heart. Young master, you are very knowledgeable. You must have heard that water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize a boat. If you want to change the world, you must first obtain the support of the citizens because they are the foundation of a country. This is why I brought them this time. There are also two benefits. Zhu Fangyong, who had been prepared, didn't use much effort to answer this question. 2 benefits. What are they? Huang Yuliang became spirited and asked curiously. First, young master didn't forget to take the citizens with you when you left the city. This is enough to prove that you have the citizens in your eyes and treat them as your own people. If this matter spreads out, won't young master's good name spread far and wide? This is a way to buy people's hearts without spending money. Second, when an army marches, there are always things that require manpower. For example, transporting grain, cooking, and washing for the soldiers. We men can't do these things well. With these people, it means we have a lot of free labor. Why not? With their hands free, our soldiers can focus on traveling and recover their energy. Once we fight with the Ming army, they will be able to use their strength better. Isn't this the best of both worlds? General, we have robbed so many cities. Right now, we don't lack grain and even have money left over. Isn't it a good thing that we can use the extra grain to get so many people to work for us? As for when we don't have enough grain in the future, we can think of a way to get them to leave. At that time, no matter where they go, they will think of young master's kindness and want to eat and wear warm clothes with you. If that's the case, once they hear about your news, who wouldn't want to come and seek refuge with you? Why would we worry about not having enough soldiers? Wouldn't the army grow stronger? Zhu Fangyong said a lot in a row. Every time he mentioned something, Huang Yuliang felt his eyes light up. Good, good. General Zhu is indeed far-sighted. With General Zhu, there is no need to worry about the world being unstable. Like this, from today onwards, General Zhu will be one of the 4 heavenly kings under this young master. Hearing this reward, Zhu Fangyong's heart was filled with joy. However, he still pretended to be grateful. Many thanks for young master's nurturing. Fangyong will definitely do his best to repay young master's kindness. Ha, well said, well said. Huang Yuliang laughed heartily. He was happy that he had obtained such a loyal and capable subordinate. However, he didn't know that from now on, his little life was in the hands of others. Zhu Fangyong had officially become one of the 4 heavenly kings. This made his authority grow unprecedentedly. Many military leaders used the opportunity to congratulate him to express their loyalty. As a result, his influence in the Huang bandit army grew larger and larger. In fact, he could even make decisions on many matters without needing to report to Huang Yuliang. All of this gave Zhu Fangyong more support for his plan to complete the 6th young master. Gaozhou Prefecture. After Heavenly King Ru Honghai used a surprise attack to occupy this place, he gradually became arrogant. As one of the old 4 heavenly kings, Ru Honghai wasn't as brave as Gung Jun, nor as tall as Cui Yan. He wasn't as familiar with naval battles as Sun Jianglong. He was able to become one of the heavenly kings mostly because of his obedient personality. Among the 4 heavenly kings, the one that Huang Yuliang trusted the most was probably the ugly and average-looking Ru Honghai. There was no one else. His luck wasn't bad and he actually managed to survive until now. He even took over Gaozhou Prefecture and found a path of retreat for his young master. This merit could be said to be great. There was also news in the army that when young Master Huang arrived at Gaozhou Prefecture, Ru Honghai would become the leader of the 4 heavenly kings. This kind of rumor naturally reached Ru Honghai's ears. It gave him a feeling of complacency, as if he didn't put the heroes of the world in his eyes. Due to his arrogance, the defense of Gaozhou Prefecture became lax. Or it could be said that Ru Honghai never thought that someone would target him. After all, from the news from the scouts, there weren't any Ming army forces near Gaozhou Prefecture. But in reality, there was a cold vanguard unit in Gaozhou City that could take his life. The leader of this unit was the Cold Vanguard 2nd Regiment 1st Battalion's commander Wu Sheng. In such a large city, as long as there were sufficient preparations, the existence of 400 people could be concealed without revealing themselves. Not to mention, these 400 people were all well-trained elites who had learned the art of camouflage. Previously, the Gaozhou prefecture was breached by Wu Sheng and his men, which gave him ample time to hide. When Ru Honghai brought the Huang bandits into the city, the auxiliary camp retreated according to plan. Only Shao Prefecture's General Yu Guang and less than 1,000 people were left here to resist for a while before they couldn't leave. The effective resistance still existed. This strengthened Ru Honghai's belief that the Ming army was inferior to him. It also created enough opportunity for Wu Sheng and his men to stay. As Ru Honghai's troops occupied Gaozhou prefecture for longer and longer, the time for Wu Sheng's cold vanguard unit to act was also getting closer and closer. Inform everyone, it's tonight. Finally, when the scouts of the Security Bureau infiltrated Gaozhou prefecture and successfully contacted Wu Sheng, the orders from above were also delivered. The cold vanguard unit was about to act. Chapter 397. A total of 4 companies of Leng Feng, in addition to Wu Sheng and the other 400 people, they dug out the 9-5 spear and camouflage uniforms that they had hidden in the courtyards and began their night raid. The Leng Feng's movements were orderly and meticulous. Every Leng Feng had their own position. For example, who was in charge of dealing with the sentries, who was in charge of stopping the attack, who was in charge of seizing the city gate, who was in charge of capturing Ru Honghai, etc. All of the plans were assigned to every soldier. As a result, when it was midnight, more than 400 people walked out of the alleys and ran towards their respective targets. The Huang bandit army was caught off guard and did not expect the danger to come from within. In front of the meticulous, agile, and well-armed Leng Feng, most people did not even have the ability to fight back. Among the bodyguards protecting Ru Honghai, there were a few who had decent martial arts skills. Because of their high alertness, they were the first to notice that the atmosphere was not right and sent out a warning signal. Unfortunately, there were too few such experts. Even if they sent out a warning signal, the news could not spread out of the courtyard before the Leng Feng surrounded them began to move. Battalion Commander Wu Sheng took the lead and kicked open the door with the 95 style. Soon after, a series of gunshots rang out and the 3 strong men who had a foundation in martial arts obediently lay on the ground. When the Leng Feng rushed into the bedroom in the courtyard, they pulled out the trembling Ru Honghai from under the bed. Following Ru Honghai's capture, without a leader, the Huang bandit army in the city fell into chaos. At this moment, the Leng Feng hiding in the dark suddenly made their move. Along with the loud shouts from the city gate, the seemingly majestic auxiliary barracks approached. Finally, the barracks exploded. No matter what kind of army it was, once the barracks exploded, it signaled the beginning of a disaster and defeat. The soldiers fled in all directions. The soldiers did not know their generals, and the generals did not know their soldiers. Once chaos erupted, it was hard for anyone to stop it. Even if the generals were to shout now, there was nothing they could do. There was no way to reverse the situation. Even the elite cold vanguard soldiers were helpless against the explosion of the camp. The only thing they could do was to observe the surroundings. Once they discovered any Huang bandits trying to rush out of the camp, they would fire a warning shot. If they couldn't stop them, they would start shooting. In short, they wouldn't allow such chaos to rush out of the camp. The explosion of the camp also indicated that the defeat of the Huang bandit army defending Gaozhou city was set in stone. At this point, Huang Yuliang's path of retreat was completely sealed. At this time, Huang Yuliang was leading 50,000 bandits and 40,000 commoners 80 miles away from Gaozhou city. In the past, with their current marching speed, they would be able to reach Gaozhou prefecture in 2 to 3 days if they were fast. Once they met up with Ru Honghai's army, they would be able to gather a large force once again. However, all of this was destroyed tonight. Huang Yuliang, who was sleeping, was also woken up by the bodyguards. What's going on? Huang Yuliang suddenly opened his eyes with a face full of fear. Young master, General Zhu reported that the scouts discovered a large number of Ming army soldiers 30 miles behind us. Furthermore, they are the most powerful Ming army soldiers wearing camouflage uniforms. The bodyguard said with a slightly hurried voice. There's such a thing. Didn't we use up a lot of their resources when they attacked the Wuzhou prefecture? Why do they still have the strength to chase after us? Huang Yuliang instinctively said this before quickly shutting his mouth. The bodyguard had already said very clearly that the Ming army soldiers that came were wearing camouflage uniforms. It was said that they were the helpers that the southern Ming emperor, Zhu Qizhen, had invited. Since they weren't normal Ming army soldiers, this kind of army shouldn't have been exhausted. Only then would they have the strength to chase after him. After understanding this point, Huang Yuliang hurriedly put on his jacket. Before he could walk out of the tent, Zhu Fangyong, who was wearing armor, had already walked in. Young master, there are pursuers behind us. It seems that we have been targeted. Right now, we need to hurry to Gaozhou City. Is there no way to stop them? Gao Yuliang asked, thinking that he would deal with whatever came his way. It's very difficult. This army has extremely advanced firearms. They can injure our brothers from far away. I'm afraid that it will be very difficult to stop them. When he said this, Zhu Fangyong revealed a defeated expression. Even if Huang Yuliang saw this, he wouldn't doubt that he had tried his best. However, there was still no solution. If that's the case, then let's go quickly. Once we reach Gaozhou Prefecture, we should be safe with the sturdy city as our cover. For the sake of his own safety, Huang Yuliang made the decision to travel through the night. Yes, this general will go and instruct the army to hurry. When Zhu Fangyong agreed, a trace of joy flashed across his eyes. Everything was just as the sixth young master had imagined. This Huang Yuliang was truly extremely afraid of death. Since this was the case, the following process would be much easier to complete. In the dark night, the army that stretched for dozens of miles set off. From time to time, all sorts of curses could be heard from the crowd. It could be seen that both the bandits and the commoners were somewhat resistant to traveling in the middle of the night. Gaozhou City. When the sun rose, the commotion in the camp was basically over. After a night of torment, the Huang bandits were also tired. In addition, they could clearly see the surroundings after the sun rose. The chaotic environment became less and less chaotic until finally, it was completely peaceful. After everything calmed down, Heavenly King Ru Honghai was escorted out of the camp by Wu Sheng and Ling Feng. When they saw that their general was captured and they were completely surrounded, the Huang bandits had no choice but to surrender. The captives threw down their weapons and walked out of the camp in batches. Wu Sheng's face was filled with joy. In just this battle alone, they had captured about 15,000 Huang bandits. Most of the people here were strong and healthy. One could imagine how many things they could do when they reached Ryukyu Island. However, just as a smile appeared on his face, a soldier came to report that the Shaozhou General Yu Guang, who had disappeared for a while, had returned. He was currently waiting at the government office. Oh. The speed of picking peaches is quite fast. Fine, since they want it, I'll give it to them. However, if they want to take these benefits from me, Wu Sheng, then they won't be able to do so. Let's see what kind of price they can pay. There was a glimmer of light in Wu Sheng's eyes. He had expected that the southern Ming army would appear early in the morning. Even if the other party did not appear, according to the sixth young master's plan, Gaozhou Prefecture would have to be handed over. However, taking the initiative to hand it over was one matter. If the other party wanted to take it back, it was another matter. If Wu Sheng didn't use this opportunity to slaughter his opponent, how could he have the ability to be the commander of the main force? In front of Gaozhou City's government office, Wu Sheng brought a group of Ling Feng and saw Yu Guang in armor. Yu Guang was originally riding on a tall horse, but the moment he saw Wu Sheng appear, he consciously jumped off the horse and greeted him with a smile. Commander Wu, it's been hard on you. Both sides had worked together before. They had forced Sun Jianglong, one of the four heavenly kings, into the sea near Gaozhou City and Laizhou City. They could be considered old acquaintances. However, this time, Yu Guang was here to snatch the credit. His expression was naturally a bit unnatural. "Oh. Isn't this General Yu Guang? A while ago, I couldn't find you and thought that you had sacrificed your life for the country. Because of this, I felt really bad for a while. Now that I see that you're fine, I'm very happy." After these words were spoken, Yu Guang's face alternated between red and white. Last time, when Ru Honghai brought his army to Gaozhou City, Wu Xing directly said that he was no match for him and led his army to leave. Yu Guang didn't listen and defended the city for a day. In the end, because he didn't have enough troops, he escaped from Gaozhou City. It was after that that there was a gap between the two of them. Now that Wu Xing said this to him, he was just venting his anger. Yu Guang, who knew that he was in the wrong, didn't listen to Wu Sheng when they defended the city last time. Now that he wanted to take advantage of the situation, his expression was naturally very unnatural. However, when he thought about how he could take the credit for taking down Gaozhou City, it would greatly make up for the crime of losing Gaozhou City last time. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "Yu Guang will remember Commander Wu's concern for me. This time, I still have to thank you for helping Nanming take down Gaozhou City. Oh, this isn't a big deal. If you're willing, I can give you the credit for taking down Gaozhou City and even capturing Ru Honghai alive. However, General, you should also know that many of our brothers have died in this battle. The compensation for their families cannot be neglected." Wu Xing said in an overbearing manner. When he heard that Wu Sheng was willing to give him all the credit, Yu Guang had long become excited. "Good, good. How about we go into the government office to talk?" "Good, General Yu, please. Commander Wu, please." The two of them entered the Gaozhou City government office one after the other. What followed was naturally a round of bargaining. After 4 hours of negotiation, Wu Xing took away 15,000 captives and 200,000 taels of silver from Yu Guang. The amount of silver wasn't much. Furthermore, Yu Guang used his identity as a general of Nanming to borrow it from the rich gentry in Gaozhou City. Even though Ru Honghai had already entered Gaozhou City, this place had also been visited by another heavenly king, Sun Jianglong. However, as the local tyrants, which one of them wasn't a crafty rabbit with 3 burrows? Many of them had already buried the silver before the situation turned bad. It wasn't something that the Huang bandits could find in a short period of time. However, Yu Guang used his identity as a general of Nanming to negotiate with the rich gentry and quickly obtained 200,000 silver. Chapter 398. Wu Xing left after getting the person and the money. At this moment, he still had more important things to do. This was also the most important and final part of the plan. It was very crucial. If not for this, how could a mere 200,000 taels of silver be enough to send him off? Gaozhou City had already changed hands. Huang Yuliang was completely unaware of this matter. It was only when the sky turned dark on the second day that the scouts at the front reported back that Heavenly King Ru Honghai had been captured by the Southern Ming Empire's army. After running for an entire day and night, whether it was the generals, soldiers, or commoners, they were all extremely tired. According to Huang Yuliang's thoughts, he had to get a good night's sleep no matter what. However, when this news came, he completely panicked. He, who had no way out, suddenly lost all hope. At this time, Zhu Fangyong also came in front of Huang Yuliang. "Young master, this matter is sudden, but we still have a way out." "Oh. What other way is there?" Hearing that there was still a way, Huang Yuliang, who had lost all hope for the future, regained a trace of vitality. "Young master, Gaozhou City has been occupied, but we still have Laizhou City. If not, we can still take a ship to the sea. Right now, the most important thing is to immediately arrange for people to scout the way. Also, arrange for people to buy ships with gold and silver. As long as we are on the sea, the Southern Ming army will not be able to do anything to us." Zhu Fangyong said. "That's right. As long as we are on the sea, the southern Ming army will not be able to do anything to us. Good, let's do that. Huang Yuliang had completely lost his ability to judge. He really did whatever Zhu Fangyong told him to do. He immediately ordered people to take a lot of gold and silver and prepare to transport it out. Then, he arranged for 2,000 trusted soldiers to scout the way to Laizhou City and the sea. These 2,000 people were extremely trusted by Huang Yuliang. Most of them had followed his father, Huang Shaoyang, into the army and were the most trustworthy existences. Even when he was in trouble, he didn't send these people out. But now, in order to find a suitable escape route, he finally sent these people out. Following the departure of these 2,000 soldiers, the only ones that Huang Yuliang could truly trust or be willing to risk their lives for him were the dozens of bodyguards around him. Because of the sudden incident, the original plan of having a good night's rest was disrupted. The army had no choice but to continue on their journey. For a moment, the curses in the army grew even louder, but this was no longer a problem that Huang Yuliang was concerned about. 30 li behind the Huang bandit army, the cold vanguard army had already stopped. They began to set up camp and cook. With the speed of the Leng Feng soldiers, it was not difficult for them to catch up with the Huang bandits. However, it would be extremely difficult for him to obtain nearly 100,000 gold coins. In order to drive them into the pocket, Yang Qindong did not ask the warriors to travel through the night. Instead, he followed them at a leisurely pace. When it was time to eat, one would eat. When it was time to sleep, one would naturally need to sleep. Not only that, in the military camp, other than the necessary troops who were responsible for keeping watch at night, the other soldiers also had a party after dinner. Third Madame Xue and Miss Su Monaire also offered up songs and dances. It was truly a joyous scene. In the process of chasing an opponent, it was probably rare to see an army like Yang Qindong who could be at a leisurely pace and even have a party in the military camp. From this, it could be seen that the result of this battle had probably been predicted by the youngest loyal and daring general of the Ming dynasty. Furthermore, everything was developing smoothly according to his plan. It was late at night. The soldiers who were having a party had all returned to their tents to rest. However, some of the tents were still lit. For example, in the tent that Su Monaire was in, the lights were not extinguished. Not only that, but the master and servant were sitting there and chatting without any signs of sleepiness. Miss, this imperial envoy is truly carefree. This is war, yet he is not in a hurry to travel. He even has this party that he speaks of. What is he thinking? Servant Xiao Yun thought about how during the party, Yang Qindong was beside the bonfire and dancing with the soldiers under him. She felt that it was unbelievable. In her impression, all of the important officials were dignified and serious. They had a straight face every day as if they had the words, "Do not get close to strangers," written all over their faces. How could there be anyone like Yang Qindong, who would be so close to normal soldiers? However, thinking about it from another perspective, this imperial envoy was truly too young. It was not strange for him to have such actions. However, when she thought about how this kind of person was the target of the master and servant, someone they had to kill, she couldn't help but feel a wave of self-blame and depression in her heart. In the end, Xiao Yun was still young. Although she knew what her mission was, she was still young and could easily be influenced and changed by the surrounding environment. In the beginning, she had heard that this imperial envoy was very lustful and would not shrink from any crime. Originally, there was no burden in killing this kind of person. Not to mention, once the goal was achieved, the young miss would be freed. With all these benefits, Xiao Yun agreed without much thought. However, after these days of contact, she realized that the truth was different from what she had heard. Let's just say that Yang Qindong was lustful. It had been nearly 2 months since the young miss had taken the initiative to send herself to his door, but Yang Qindong had not done anything frivolous. He even turned a blind eye to it. This was completely different from the lustful person that was said to be. Not to mention a lustful person, with Su Maner's beauty, even an ordinary man would not be able to remain indifferent. This could be seen from the cold eyes that looked at the young miss. However, young Qindong was able to control himself. Not only did he never show anything, but he also had very little contact. On the contrary, he took great care of them in their daily lives. In the past 2 months, Xiaoyun had come into contact with many new things, such as toothpaste, toothbrush, soap, perfume, mirror, and all kinds of beautiful clothes. Yang Qindong had sent many people to deliver these things, but he did not show himself. Xiaoyun couldn't understand all of this. She couldn't understand. In fact, not only the maid, Xiaoyun, but even the master, Su Maner, could not figure it out. As the head of the courtesans by the Qinhuai River, she usually came into contact with all kinds of men. Among them, there were princes and nobles with good family backgrounds, some young masters who boasted of their talents, and some Casanova young master with rich families. But no matter what, there was something in the way these people looked at her. It was a kind of possessiveness, a kind of desire for her body. However, this kind of gaze had never appeared in Yang Qindong's eyes, so much so that Su Maner suspected whether he was a normal man. However, this kind of suspicion was completely dispelled after she came into contact with the 2 madams, Hu Yan and Madame Shui. Sometimes, when she went to greet them in the morning, she could clearly see the satisfaction in the eyes of the 2 madams. Although Su Maner was still a virgin, she had been taught about the matters between men and women by her mothers. Naturally, she could see some of these things. The spring that flashed on his face was definitely not something that could be faked. Then the question was, why did such a normal man turn a blind eye to her? Could it be that he already knew her mission to get close to him? That was even more impossible. Even if he knew everything, he should have killed her earlier. Why did he still treat her like this? Why did he give her so many good things but not touch her? What did he want? The unknown always made people uneasy. It was because she could not understand Yang Qindong's thoughts that Su Maner became even more anxious. What was worse was that she realized that she did not hate Yang Qindong. It was just like when she saw Yang Qindong singing and dancing with his soldiers during the evening party. She actually felt happy in her heart. This was not a good sign. She could only have the intention to kill her target. It was impossible for her to have the slightest bit of liking for him. Otherwise, how could she complete her mission? The servant girl, Xiaoyun, was still talking endlessly, but Su Maner could not listen to a single word. From time to time, Yang Qindong's figure would flash across her mind. There was a faint smile on the corner of her mouth, as if it had grown in her head. Even if she waved her hand, it would not go far away. In the tent not far away, Yang Qindong was still using his power to have women on his left and right. After sleeping together for a while, they entered a short intermission. Hiding under Yang Qindong's strong arms, Hu Yan asked with an obedient look, "Lu Lang, is the war about to end?" "Yes, the Huang bandit army is about to be destroyed. The war in Guangdong is about to end." Yang Qindong nodded and admitted. However, he only said that the war in Guangdong was about to end. He did not say that the war was about to end. This originally expressed his attitude. As Hu Yan had other thoughts, she did not think too deeply about it. Naturally, she did not understand the deeper meaning in his words. When she heard Yang Qindong say that it was really about to end, she raised her head slightly. "Lu Lang, what do you plan to do about Miss Su's matter? She has been following us for more than a month without knowing why. What are you thinking?" "Yan, what do you want me to think?" When Yang Qindong heard Hu Yan talk about Su Maner, he could not help but become interested and asked. "This? I don't know." Hu Yan shook her head. She also did not know what kind of mentality she was in now. As a woman, she did not wish to share the man she liked with other women. However, Yang Qindong was so young and so capable. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was in a high position and had great power. Such a person was destined not to belong to any woman. Even ordinary people, who had some ability, would marry a few concubines, let alone people like Yang Qindong. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.